Uh, Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone who's watching us tonight. Um Obviously, I guess I don't need to introduce myself because all the people, not that I'm so famous, but all the people who are here right now probably came here from my Twitter account. But nonetheless, I'm Varangian, a Russian election interference specialist and KGB agent and professional hacker. And I'm going to comment on the US election tonight. I'm also loaded up on a lot of energy drinks because here in St. Petersburg, Russia, not St. Petersburg, Florida, it's it's 4 a.m. But with me tonight is also my co-host for the day, the
Hi.
true Macedonian heir to Alexander the Great and one of the two hosts of the wonderful War Report podcast, GSP. Hello, GSP.
Hi, thank you for having me on.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for joining me because without you it wouldn't have been possible. I really tried. I tried to contact different people and to find a larger panel. I initially thought we could have like 3 or 4 people as a panel for the entire stream basically. And GSP was the only one who is crazy enough to sit here for like I don't know 8 hours or for however long we will be here. But we will also have great guests. We basically have a star lineup of all the great autists on Twitter. So in about 1 hour we will be joined by Anatoly Karlin, who writes for the Uns Review. A lot of you guys probably know him as well. And we will also have Konstantin online, the second host of the War Report, and who else? Calm European. He's a good Russian poster. My English-speaking followers or GSP's followers probably don't know him because he mostly writes in Russian, but he's a guy who got an Oxford education but returned to Russia and is a professor at a Russian university. So more Russian interference again. And after Calm European, we have who's the fourth person? I'm silly, I know. Of course, one of the greatest stars of autistic Twitter, Feshi Zizek, of course. Feshi Zizek, the great Serbian philosopher. And that's not a metaphor for a war criminal. He really is into philosophy. And we will also have Zero Schizo on, great Peruvian Duginist Nazbol comrade. So a lot of different voices tonight, a lot of different perspectives. I'm really looking forward to it. But for now, it's just GSP and me, and I guess we should start into the stream by sharing what we think will happen tonight, by sharing what we hope will happen tonight, and which consequences it will have for the United States or maybe for the world at large, because obviously it's an election that the entire world is tuning in. It's not your typical, election in, let's say, Germany or France, where really no one cares because they're not even half as entertaining and not half as consequential. But the American election is really a worldwide event. So, yeah, I'm very, very excited to see what will come out of it. But anyway, GSP, who do you think will carry the night? Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping? Give us your take. Hello?
Well, first of all, before I get started, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, they should be able to hear you. Right? Chat, please write if you can hear GSP.
Okay, because what I don't know how to mute VLive.
The chat writes yes, that they can hear you. The chat can hear you, so you can go on. About DLive, basically, which browser are you using, man?
I'm using the app browser.
Oh, are you on mobile phone right now?
I'm on an Android phone.
Oh, okay, that sucks. So then no, then you can't do it. If you you need to be on a desktop computer to mute a tab, basically. So, but anyway, that doesn't matter. People can hear you, and your sound is fine. You don't need to be on the
Oh,
D Live tab. So yeah. Uh,
okay, so can you still hear me now?
yes, yes, your sound is fine. Just go on.
Perfect. Sorry, I don't mean to. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no
Okay, I
problem,
just
no
wanted to be
problem.
sure.
Tech
So,
issues are normal.
I mean, I myself, I think it's going to be a very close race, and I kind of look to, I don't know, people who I trust more, who happen to be Americans, who I think have a stronger instinct for it. Now, so I'm going to say basically what I think sounded persuasive to me, and that was that Trump will win this, but that the reason Trump will win this is for that much of his voter base actually hasn't migrated, despite maybe hearing about Virginia and white suburban women leaving and so on. That the vast majority of his base is staying on, and so I'm you know that's kind of like what I'm going with, that he will win this tonight.
Do you think he will
Well,
be able to repeat the electoral college pattern of 2016?
I would not. I would not hesitate to say that I think he will. He might win by a slimmer margin. Uh, you know, I. I mean, I have a rough idea. I know how. You know, I kind of know how the electoral college is counted, and how it basically functions. But I think I tend to think Americans have a better intuitive grasp of what will probably happen if they're being really objective. Like, uh, I personally love Joaquim Flores. He hasn't been very active lately, but I've seen what he has to say, and his gut instinct is that Trump will win, and he's not really a Trumper. He's not a Trump supporter. And in fact, geopolitically, he has his own takes about what the consequences of a Trump or a Biden victory would mean. In his breakdown, he thinks that if there isn't too much ballot stuffing, like there's a very real possibility we're not going to know who won tonight.
Oh yeah, that's
Uh,
a big topic. During this election, there will be a record number of mail-in ballots. Apparently, at least like according to the official version, due to the Corona pandemic, a lot of people do not want to go to polling places and are mailing their ballots. And yeah,
right.
the Trump campaign has voiced a lot of concerns about possibilities for election rigging that way. I don't know. I don't know whether it's really a threat, but I wouldn't exclude it either.
Right. And you could make the argument that there, sure, there's probably more mail-in ballot voting this year than probably in decades. But what else has also happened is this, there hasn't been so much early voting in decades as well.
Oh
So
yes.
those two might exclude each other. But as far as I understand, voting is going to be open for another 2 days.
Mm-hmm. And also, I've read earlier today on Twitter that there's a record high turnout to this election. Apparently, a
It
record
is.
in like 100 years or something like that.
That's
69%
right.
voter turnout, which is incredible because I would have assumed something like that during the 2016 election, which was very high energy, I would say, very polarized and things like that. This year, I didn't personally. Well, maybe I'm a bit not biased, but ill-informed or something like that, because I live in Russia. I don't even live on the North American continent. So for me, this election didn't feel as important as the 2016 election, because Trump in the last 4 years was essentially just a normal Republican president. He was not normal as a candidate in 2016, but he governed as a normal Republican president largely. And so I felt that 2020 would be just your very typical, more or less very typical Republican versus Democrat election, and there wouldn't be so much enthusiasm for either candidate. But apparently that's where I was wrong. Apparently Americans are really, really involved in this particular election, even more so than in 2016.
Right, and you can describe this election as being like a grittier, dirtier version of 2016. Partly because, Trump is a known now. Before he was a speculation or an unknown. And of course the libs simply cannot live a happy life. Like, they're winning the culture war, but somehow they're still upset. Democracy is still at stake.
Oh yes, it's incredible. I watched I'm a regular John Oliver watcher. I'm a fan, not really, but I actually like to watch him the same way. It's not a comparison that a lot of people will be able to draw something from, but like in the GDR, in the German Democratic Republic, there was a state channel which had which was called like the Black Channel, where the GDR had their main propagandist make criticisms of the West and things like that. And actually Western people tuned into him a lot to see what the GDR regime and its top heads were up to. So basically he was like a Rupert of the communist government. And John Oliver is something like that for me. He's like the Rupert of the American oligarchs. If you want to know where they are going, what they intend to do, you have to watch John Oliver and try to kind of read between the lines. And it's crazy. Last time I watched John Oliver, the kind of frenzy he and the commenters under his videos, and he gets like millions and millions of views. Yeah, the frenzy is incredible. Again, I said that I watched Trump and he was essentially a cuck. He was your typical Republican president in terms of governing the country. But the libs, they still perceive him as Orange Hitler. And it's extremely, extremely incredible how agitated they are. Like, the libs are really motivated this year. Maybe they... I think they are... I think they're energized by Trump the same way the right wing was energized by Trump, but they are, unlike the right wing in 2016, they are negatively invested in Trump. So the alt-right was positively invested in Trump in 2016, and there was a lot of energy behind him. And now the right wing, at least the avant-garde part of the right wing, kind of divested from Trump to a certain extent. Not entirely, but to a certain extent. And then the left wing is extremely emotionally invested in Trump, but in a negative way. So they want to push him out of office. They are not enthusiastic about having Joe Biden as a president, but they're very, very motivated by getting Trump out of office this year. I think that's also very interesting.
Right, and they're probably more hopeful that America will have its first Dravidian president.
All right, yeah. Well, actually, if you look at Trump's and Biden's political records, I'm not. Obviously, this is not a serious commentary or whatever. But Biden has more of a racist political record than Trump does, because simply because he has been in politics longer. But Biden actually helped to introduce much tougher crime legislation and things like that, whereas Trump's criminal justice reform essentially let a lot of black people out of jail. Super predators, as someone in the chat writes, which is also, I think, going to play a role in this election. I think during the Trump presidency, Florida extended the right to vote to felons, I think. So So yeah, there are a number of states that did it. I think Virginia as well, if I'm not mistaken. And Trump won several states like this in 2016 by very very narrow margins, by like 10,000 to 100,000 votes. And there were states where they left like 30,000, let's say, black people out of jail under Trump's criminal justice reform. And I don't think they're going to vote for Trump. I think they will, to the extent they are going to vote, they will replicate the typical voting pattern of the black demographic, which could very well cost Trump certain states and hence the election. I didn't give my take in the very beginning, but I think I've made a hard call in the summer this year that Biden will win the election. I also think he will win convincingly. I don't think it will be a narrow election. I'm not willing to call it a landslide, but I think the Rust Belt will probably go for Biden, because the kind of margins that Trump had in 2016, especially in states like Illinois and things like that. I don't think he will be able to replicate them, and that will be crucial for him.
Yeah, I think the other thing to keep in mind, the dissident right is very disappointed, understandably, with Trump, but at the same time, for what we proverbially call the normies or the normie-con right, they're not, and and what they're hoping for is a return of industry. They're more invested in countering China. They see China is basically the bigger threat. And they've almost dislodged any kind of concern for Russia, which is good for us. Partly because they're essentially tired of the constant Russia blaming, or that they are the Russian agents, as it were, right?
Yeah. Well, that actually also brings us to a relatively interesting point, which is a lot of arguments have been made around the geopolitics of this election, and personally, my take is that it will not really matter who is going to win for the geopolitics of the United States. I don't know whether you have a different opinion, but I think that a lot of people were theorizing whether, for example, Biden would go harder on Russia and less hard on China, let's say, or whether he would be more interventionist in the Middle East. Like in 2016, people speculated that Hillary would start a war with Russia, or would get much more deeply involved in Syria, or could start a war with Iran and things like that. But essentially, whatever kind of platforms all these candidates are running on, I don't think it fundamentally matters. I think the United States foreign policy, geopolitical policy, is largely dictated by what is possible. A lot of people praise Trump for being the first US president in years or decades who didn't start any new wars. But I don't think that he didn't do it because he really didn't want it to. I think he just was too constrained by a changed geopolitical landscape, where the American empire is no longer the sole power on the planet who can just impose its will in any part of the regions, in any region of the world. Because I think we saw a rise of other greater powers like China and Russia, who were getting much more involved in regions like the Middle East. Obviously, we've in particular seen the rise of many regional powers now, and many sovereignist tendencies, even within NATO. Like you could say Turkey, you could take Turkey as an example, strengthening Iran and things like that. I think the United States, even under Biden, is not going to be engaged in a lot of of wars and be very interventionist. I don't think it will fundamentally matter whether it's Trump or Biden. I think the United States are just too constrained right now to involve themselves in new conflicts. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I'd like to map this out a little bit. So, if we begin with like 2013, it's a bit arbitrary, but let's say if we focus on Syria, right? Mm. So before Trump is elected into office, there's already a division within, American elite establishment, where we find out through WikiLeaks that basically Obama, Hillary are supporting they're indirectly supporting Al Qaeda. The famous email where she says,
"Oh yes,
in Syria, Al Qaeda are actually the good guys," and we can deduce also from other emails that, and just the amount of American weapons and vehicles that they had at their disposal, not just in Iraq but in Syria, that they were also supporting ISIS. Now, but who was supporting them? Well, the CIA was supporting them. And they were in direct conflict with the Pentagon, who was backing a traditional ally, the Kurds. So there was already a division. And so I'm mapping this out in order to highlight that maybe there might be emerging, perhaps. I'm not saying there is one. And like you, I agree that it feels for them like, there's not as many options as there once was. But we have to think about that there also isn't the kind of coherence that there previously was when America was doing like regime changes throughout the 90s and the 2000s, right? Mm. So I would say that there is probably still a division. According to some of the emails in Hunter Biden's laptop, 430 million is basically what Joe got from his meeting with Xi Jinping to basically allow China more or less free rein in its geopolitical advances. But this importantly includes both the UN, and it also includes the WHO, for instance, and most likely it may include the South China Sea. Mm-hmm. So, and I think the strategy for that is, for one, the markets are too well enmeshed between America and China, and Russia is looked at as a kind of geopolitical threat. Think of Burisma, think of how that was spoiled. Think of how they were supposed to get Crimea but did not. Those are all important considerations because Burisma was supposed to be this, like, the biggest energy consortium in Central and Eastern Europe, including clients like Turkey. So think of the coup that failed to oust Erdogan, and how that helped pave the way for cooperation with South Stream or Turk Stream, if you will, right? So there's like two fundamentally different strategies. The Obama, Biden, Hillary strategy is to cut off Russia completely from markets in Europe, because then what that would do is it would reduce its economic power and it would gradually lose interest and strength in Central Asia.
Oh, yes,
and that suits China. And so China and America are kind of on board on that. Now, there's other areas, of course, where China and Russia agree, but that is one area. And I think that, Putin wanting Trump elected in 2016 was real. And I think in terms of the way the war was further prosecuted by the U.S. in Syria, I agree with you that Trump, if he was really allowed to do everything he wants, he would just definitely fuck things up. But I think generally he understood within a limited range what he should do there and how to perhaps work with Russia in order to counter China. Because I think with him, I think it is a personal thing. He's been complaining about China for decades. First of all, we should remember that. Even like you can find interviews on him with Oprah and Winfrey, Oprah Winfrey and Donahue, from the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh yes, that's quite fascinating. There's a lot of old stuff where basically he is talking about the same stuff he talked on the election campaign in 2016, basically. He even made the same arguments vis-a-vis Saudi Arabia and things like that back in the 80s. So yeah, he probably has had this kind of vision for a very long time.
Right. So, you can see these two very different strategies on where to go in the future for America, and generally, Trump's idea is much less popular because it would basically require more short-term pain. The reason I say that is because America's dollar is overly inflated in order to buy products because America doesn't produce, or rather it doesn't produce the way it used to. So its manufacturing base is so downscaled from what it was beginning in the 70s, again with Nixon and his deal with China, that it needs that inflated currency in order to buy stuff. And you can see that China has reduced the value of its dollar in order to sell its manufacturing, its manufacturing. So these are two very radically different strategies to deal with the future, and I think that's where a lot of the conflict is. But the reason I think that on the home front, why you have such passionate infighting between American liberals and American conservatives is, it's the feature of their mythos, right? So the mythos of that America is going to right all its wrongs. America is capable of doing that, right? And that could mean anything from reparations. It can mean a host of things, but that is a belief, and it's a firmly held belief amongst many liberals. So, and with progressives, of course, the most dangerous place to look is back. So history kind of terrifies them, and virtually anything that remotely possibly could look like going back is terrifying.
But do you think Trump is forcing them to look back? Because I didn't have the impression that the culture under his administration turned to the right, or even the overturned window. I would say that quite the opposite happened. I think the American public was radicalized much more extremely under Trump towards embracing a much more radically liberal culture than even under 8 years of Obama.
Yeah, no, I agree with that assessment, and I think the main reason
it's under Trump where BLM is stronger than it was ever before. I mean, of course, it emerged first after the Ferguson riots, but it was never as big as it is now. Antifa, something that Antifa used to always be kind of a thing in Europe, but in the United States, it always was a joke and parody of the European movement. But now the American Antifa is like crazy. It's a nationwide, extremely well organized, basically terrorist network. It's amazing. And then the big tech censorship and stuff like that, that all happened under Trump. So and also like they really put the pedal to the metal in terms of in terms of like transgenderism and things like that. So under the Trump administration, we saw things like Drag Queen Story Hour, like the Cuties movie and things like that. So he has done nothing to change, to turn the culture backwards. He hasn't forced liberals to look to the past or something like that. He hasn't even proposed a different vision of what the United States as a nation can be, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a lot of things like decriminalizing sodomy, but
oh yeah, that's also quite a big topic. That he, under his administration, he basically made it an official foreign policy agenda of the United States to decriminalize homosexuality worldwide. It's amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
I mean, it's basically he's pandering.
You would think that liberals hold a lot of power over Donald Trump. If you were, I don't know, if you would keep your political analysis very simple, you would think that he tries to please them in some way, because culturally, liberals seem to have a lot of sway over the MAGA movement, who over the last 4 years turned into this, you know, I don't know, like there's a lot of gayness in the MAGA movement now. Like there's a lot of stuff like gays for Trump, furries for Trump, and things like that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and
the whole MAGA thing is so absolutely vague and
even
empty.
in the foreign policy, like as you were talking about previously, Trump ran on a platform of trying to approach Russia, trying to if not enter into friendly relations with Russia, then at least cooperate on something like common interests, you know. But instead, Russian-American relations are the worst they have ever been under the Trump administration. We had much better relations under Obama, basically. And if you wouldn't know better, you would think that he just tries to please the liberals, because I think during the last 4 years he met with Putin only twice, and each time dialogue was basically impossible, because whatever Trump tried to find an agreement with Russia would instantly be decried back at home by the media and by the liberal public as treason, basically.
Right.
And he has, because of this entire Russiagate hysteria, he has absolutely no room for maneuver vis-a-vis Russia. That is not necessarily bad for us here in Russia, but because the distances us, and especially our elites, further from the United States, which is good for people like me who have a more sovereignist vision of Russia. But nonetheless, basically, again, Trump as a president is very, very different from Trump as a candidate.
Right. So, I mean, I just have 2 or 3 things to say about that. So why are liberals still so upset if they're completely, crushing it in the culture war? The number one reason is, first of all, they do believe in the structural hierarchical integrity of U.S. politics and where they fit in. So if they're in academia and it's not their guy in the White House, that will always be problematic for them. That is always that male. They've all been males so far. So that male that is Republican sitting in the White House always has the potential to turn things back, and that's part of their fear. Part of it, of course, is just, it's just begging. In a sense, by being hysterical, they will get what they want, because they at least intuitively understand how much cultural capital their ideology has. So that, that's another strategy. I think why it's so egregious towards Trump is that, Trump, basically being buffoonish, Trump basically being unpresidential, rude, a loudmouth, all those kinds of things. I mean, that's literally like somebody has walked into their living room and taken a dump, and they're not going to leave. You can call the cops, but you can't kick them out. And so it's something that's deeply personal to them. I would say that, American progressives and liberals are far more invested in America in terms of the future than conservatives are. That meme of just wanting to grill is true. And then you also have to think about how things dovetail. So there's two important dovetails, right? One is that let's say the progressive, you mentioned the tranny reading hour, all kinds of degenerate shit.
Yeah.
Like that dovetails where America economically is supposed to be headed, and that is not having a rocky relationship with China, by continuing to be a financially based empire. I'm not saying that's going to work, but I'm saying those decisions to go in that direction in a more obvious way than everyone from Nixon till now was already set, to the next level with the Obama administration, right? So having this kind of an approach to managing the empire is very different, but you have to understand how that works with the culture. And the way it works is, you notice that the more industry that left, the greater the number of towns lost their vibrancy. Large cities began to swell, and so you have a greater kind of urban culture, but you don't have as many smaller or middle-sized cities. And that too had an effect on the culture. So that's one of the dovetails that tends to happen, where one supports the other. Big tech doesn't want problems with China, right? It doesn't care about what the contradictions are. It doesn't care if basketball franchises are beholden to Chinese owners and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
right?
I think American big tech wants to enter China and wants to colonize China essentially, but they are running into a very significant problem in form of the Chinese Communist Party, who simply will not permit them. I think, Google has been lobbying them for decades to finally unblock them and allow them to be present on the Chinese market. But China is one of those countries who, well, maybe the only country besides the United States, who has an entirely sovereign digital infrastructure, who has national alternatives for all the essential web services that are American operated in most other countries. So I don't know. I think as far as big tech is concerned, I think they have likely, if not given up on China, then at least they are more willing to embrace a more competitive approach that we saw under Trump. Which is the one interesting geopolitical aspect of the Trump presidency is basically the U.S. Policy in the Pacific space. So while in the Middle East, again, I think Trump's policy has largely been informed by let's say outer circumstances, again by the rise of regional powers like Turkey, by increased involvement of other powers like Russia and China in the region. I think Trump was very much constrained there in terms of his policy options. But I think we saw a lot of changes in terms of US policy in the Pacific since Trump became president. And one of the main changes, of course, is the way he antagonized China, which is a kind of a new development, because even though no previous American government really openly embraced China, or this kind of chimerical relationship that has established itself over the course of decades, no previous American government was openly hostile to China in the way Trump is. That's very interesting.
Yeah,
and I also think. Excuse me, I just finished up this just briefly. I think this will continue under Biden. Actually, I think Biden will also continue to antagonize China. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. It's like I said earlier that there is going to be kind of a merging of policies because the other one has already been like it could be like the GPA, like the Iran deal, basically. Like if Biden wins, there's really no going back now after Trump to figure out a nuclear deal with Iran.
Well, also I think like Trump was actually, I think in 2016 he was honest about trying to approach Russia and to establish a kind of working relationship with Russia, because he probably pursued this strategy of because he was or maybe still is wise enough to understand that he cannot run up against China and Russia at the same time. He cannot antagonize Russia and China at the same time. It's like one of the worst possible directions US geopolitics can take, because Russia and China, they are not natural allies, let's say. They have a lot of friction on the edges, but if you force them into alliance, that's actually a very serious threat to American global power and power projection. And which is what is extremely interesting is that precisely that has happened, which points me to think that American imperial politics is more and more informed not by an elite consensus but by elite conflicts, which is one of the parts of my old analysis about why America now in certain aspects resembles like Russia in the 1990s, because we see more and more oligarch conflicts within the top levels of power, which lead to incoherent national policies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I completely agree. You are seeing more of that about how to progress into the future. Like some things make sense. Like there are like momentary momentarily good strategies. Like I would say, the Russia hoax, for instance, works perfectly for dismissing Russia altogether. Whether of course the dossier has been essentially disproven because one of the key witnesses is already in jail for having kiddie porn on it.
Yeah, it was ridiculous to begin with. So yeah.
Right, and it's ridiculous to begin with. However, for people, they're well aware of how emotional Americans have become to Trump, and that in part has been like a project for decades, right? I think America for decades has wanted a kind of more liberal America that supports NATO and that supports American hegemony. And you can see that transference happened as Christianity began to wave and fall from dominance in American culture. How it's sort of completely flipped now, and Democrats support wars abroad more often.
Oh, yes.
NATO and allies and all that stuff.
That change was extremely crazy. It was something I wouldn't have anticipated 4 years ago. Is that the American left basically embraced state patriotism, which is like unbelievable. They now embrace the FBI and CIA. They now support NATO. They now support more involvement in the Middle East and things like that. They're now even opposed to a lot of communist regimes like Venezuela and things like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They embrace state patriotism. Oh, and they hate people like Edward Snowden, which is absolutely ridiculous. Just because he now resides in Russia. So it's just because Edward Snowden happened to be stuck in Russia. It's not like he even chose Russia, but he ended up here, right? They now support the NSA basically. If you remember leftists like 10 years ago, if you said to someone 10 years ago that the American left will support the NSA, it's like unbelievable what kind of cultural changes the American left and liberal left underwent after Trump.
Yeah, I would say the big change happened with the war in Libya. The left, more or less, there were exceptions, but the left more or less ignored that war. And when they began funding the jihadists in Syria, you could kind of tell, like the audacity to fund jihadists. McCain actually goes and meets these guys. But he was running against Obama just 3 years earlier. Like, it's hilarious, right? I would say that the shift happened under Obama, and it first began, and it first happened with a kind of laissez-faire attitude towards it. Americans no longer cared because there's a Democratic president, so we don't have to worry about spying. Because a Democratic president at war isn't like a Democratic president I'm going to protest against. So why worry? So once the anti-war movement is neutralized, then everything else falls into place. And, you could also argue that more and more like young adults, or let's say, young adults or adults in their 20s and 30s, began occupying positions of power, relative power, not to mention like maybe younger Gen Xers. And, they're in many ways, they're more liberal. So that became the norm. That became the culture. And so now conservatives in America really are the dissidents. They are on the edges. And, it's why Trump has to make appeals about how, the Pentagon mission going forward is to make sure gay marriage is legalized in every country around the world, right? He has to make those kinds of concessions.
As Paul Joseph Watson said, or he printed T-shirts with the slogan, conservatism is the new counterculture. So conservatives are the new homosexuals, basically.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting take. But let me interrupt our conversation on this point, and because we should now actually, I think, look at the current electoral map and see where the election is going right now. I mean, have right now been discussing all this kind of abstract meta aspects of the election. But we should take a look at what's happening on the ground right now and see where everything is going and things like that. And in 10 minutes, I will invite Anatoly Karlin to join us on the stream. Yeah, he already confirmed that he will be here in 10 minutes. Since you're on Android, I don't know, you will probably not be able to see the screen. But I will send you...
I fixed it. I've got it on my laptop, so I've muted my laptop and I can see everything.
All right, perfect. So now I will replace the background image with. I will just set OBS so that you can see my screen now. Okay, I have to wait a minute and then. All right, now it works. And now we go into the New York Times. Election map and look at where the election is going. So I see Biden is leading right now in terms of delegates, although it's obviously still early. A lot of the stuff can still change. But let us look at like the main battleground states. Now, what I notice immediately is that Florida is that in Florida apparently 91% of the estimated votes are already counted. And it seems like Trump is leading Biden by 2% in Florida, which was kind of expected, I think. Most people said that he would carry Florida again this year. in 2016 he barely got it, but apparently Trump has made a lot of inroads with the Latino vote because he released that really funky song Latinos for Trump. I've seen it a lot on Twitter. So I
Yeah,
guess.
and the rap stars that have been endorsing him
Oh
is for
yeah.
sure going to gain him Georgia.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. True. 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 Yeah. He is leading by 12% in Georgia actually, but it's only 28% of the votes counted there. So it's still too early to to say where Georgia is going. But Florida is quite interesting. It looks like Trump is going to carry it, and even more convincingly than he did in 2016, which is something I didn't expect. I thought Biden would be able to actually win in Florida, but it seems that the people who said that the GOP outreach to the Latino community actually paid out, it seems like they were right, which is interesting. Okay, Virginia. That's kind of weird. It shows Virginia is blue, even though. Okay, only 35% of estimated votes reported, so the count is not really advanced right now. It shows it as blue, even though Biden is shown at 40% and Trump at 57, which is weird. Virginia should be blue, I suppose, right?
Yeah, I'm checking out the Guardian, and electoral votes right now at the moment is 85 for Biden, 72 for Trump. And Trump has got Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. He's leading in North Dakota and Michigan and Maine.
Oh, according to this is very interesting. According to the New York Times election map, Biden is leading by 2 percentage points in Texas, where 64% of estimated votes are counted.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing on the Guardian.
Yeah, really strange that Trump is leading by 2 points in Florida and he's losing by 2 points in Texas. That is kind of unexpected. But of course, we are not seeing the final results right now. But it seems like Texas turned more blue than we expected, I guess, which is not so much due to Mexicans moving in or being naturalized and things like that. I think it's just that a lot of shitlips from California are moving to Texas and voting
Yeah, I
blue.
mean that's been a trend in Texas for at least
Yeah,
10 years.
that's one of the tendencies that I predicted will cost Trump the election this year, but I didn't think that it would be so advanced in Florida, actually. Well, let us look at Illinois, which is also very important for Trump. Okay, Illinois is led by Biden with 54% of the vote, but it's still only 9% of the votes counted, so that doesn't say much yet. But for now, Illinois is going for Biden. Whereas Michigan is 57% Trump and 40% Biden, but it's only 11% of the votes counted, which essentially means nothing. We need to wait a couple more hours to get more definite results, basically. Right now, I wouldn't make any predictions going from the data we have because it's still way too early. But I think for the moment, only Florida is really interesting because there apparently they've already counted 91% of votes and Trump is leading by 2 points, which still could change with the remaining 9% that they still have to count. But yeah, Florida is quite the surprise, to be honest. All right, so that's the update for now. Now I'm switching back to the normal background image and I'm inviting Anatoly Karlin to the live stream. All right. He says he's also joining us from his phone. All right. I hope his sound quality will be all right. Okay. All right. So I sent him the link. And now we can now we can just wait for him to join us and give us his takes. Oh, the chat has been active while we were looking at the map. Let's see what the chat has written. Eu voy a votar por Donald Trump. Yes, that song was extremely catchy. Even me, who is on the Biden train officially, I liked that one. It's really funny. I also like the music video with the dancing Mexicans on the ship. Not Mexicans, Cubans. It's a bunch of rural counties that won't outweigh the urban ones. Illinois is a Democrat bastion. Yeah, I also think that's true. Hasn't gone Republican since 1988. Yeah, the remaining votes are in the heavily Republican panhandle. If the panhandle is going to be counted last, then we can basically assume that that Florida is going for Trump this year. Yeah, because the panhandle is Republican.
I am kind of surprised about Texas.
I am very surprised about Texas. Again, it's just it's 64% of the vote. We don't know which counties have been counted and which haven't been counted yet, or we could know, but I would have to open a different map for that, and I'm too lazy to search for one. So we will see how the final results will shake out, but I think Texas will at the very least be surprisingly blue this year. Even if it will ultimately go for Trump, I think the percentage of Democrat votes will be very surprising after everything is counted up. Yeah, so it's interesting. It's interesting how it's going right now. Okay, Anatoly says he will be with us in 2 minutes, which is a very nice call actually. He will take 2 minutes. We could make a short break because I have to use the restroom for a minute. Actually, I don't know about you.
Oh no, I'm good.
If you're good, then please entertain like our chat for 2 minutes, and maybe Anatoly will be with you while I'm gone. But I will be back in a few seconds, basically. So
you guys can't see, but I studied tap dance, so I'm going to do my little tap dance routine.
All right, yeah. Perfect. I will be back in like 1 minute or a few seconds. But yeah,
sure, no problem.
I have to go. All right.
So, guys in the chat, what do you think? Who's going to take it tonight? I mean, to me, it's kind of looking like Biden, but I'm not an expert on American politics, but if only you were that good when at the start of the war report. Oof. Not sure what that means, but yes, okay, I get it now. Yeah, I'm completely. I have to say, I honestly thought Texas was going to go red, and frankly, I'm surprised Missouri is blue. I mean, I think it's like 33% of the vote has been counted. So it's,
all right, I'm back. I
very
see that Anatoly has joined us, right?
I haven't heard him yet.
Oh, I see that he's in the Hangouts chat. Anatoly, I guess.
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, now I can hear you. Yeah. All right.
Okay, brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah, welcome, welcome to the stream. So Anatoly, let us and our listeners hear your takes essentially on the very basic question of the evening. Who do you think is going to win, and who do you hope will win? I think you've endorsed Trump on your Twitter, right?
Yes, I gave him a sort of an enthusiastic endorsement because I mean he's fundamentally the safer choice both for Russia and I think at the global level. But to briefly recap, I mean I have a post on this on my blog, but in short, I formally predicted a narrow Trump win. 279 to 200. So I had Biden winning 279 votes in the Electoral College. and it seems to be going in roughly broadly that direction because he's clinched Florida, and it's looking extremely likely that he'll win both North Carolina and Georgia, which is. But on the other hand, the preliminary results from the Midwest seem to be very catastrophic, to be frank. So it seems that the pollsters were more or less correct on those places. So I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not expecting the so-called blue wall to be breached anywhere. I mean, I was giving some credence to perhaps there being a reversal in Pennsylvania for local reasons because of Biden's comments on against fracking and so on. But I no longer think that's happening. So we have this extremely ironic situation, actually, where the sort of swing towards Trump amongst Latino voters was actually pretty remarkable. So even outside Florida, for instance, in Georgia, they went from plus 40% for Hillary in the last elections to plus 25% for Biden in these elections. So we might well have the profound irony of Trump remaining strong in the South, precisely thanks to more Latinos going over to Trump, while he gets cock-blocked by cock whites in the Midwest, essentially.
Yeah, so, I also observed it. Even in the 2016 election, he actually had a lower percentage of white voters than Mitt Romney. Even the 2016 election was carried for him by minorities, I think, ultimately. Which is yes, an interesting trend. Now, for you specifically, I have two questions that I would like to hear your takes on. One of them is about Trump and the handling of the COVID-19 crisis and the implication for his election chances, because it's one of the topics you cover a lot, COVID in general. So one of the things we were speculating on a couple of months ago is that if the US were to handle the coronavirus incompetently as it did, as we saw, after over 200,000 people died, that would actually affect Trump's voter turnout, because as we know, Republican voter demographics tend to skew more towards older people and boomers and things like that. So will the corona death tally have any effect on the election? And if not, then will the way that Trump handled the crisis increase or decrease his chances to be elected?
Well, I mean, I think we already have the answer to that, because from the sort of statistics I've been looking at, I think I even retweeted it a couple of hours ago, but there's been a pretty big shift against Trump by 2.5 percentage points, precisely amongst that boomer demographic. So we have a more or less concrete answer to that question, frankly. Could the US have handled it better? I mean, this is like asking, could the US have adopted the policies seen in East Asia, such as, critically, universal mask wearing and centralized quarantine is what really distinguishes them from what happened. And centralized quarantine is something that neither the US nor Europe has done. I mean, to be frank, I'm sort of largely resigned to the coronavirus epidemic. It seems that the white countries have collectively made the decision to let it rip through the population instead of trying to seriously suppress it like the East Asians. And if your strategy is indeed this strategy, then frankly, the US approach might well have been better than the European approach, because what did the Europeans do? They had longer lockdowns, which suppressed the epidemic to a great extent. But then they opened up and got a second wave, which is now actually twice as bad as in the US anyway. So they're still having the same net amount of excess mortality as the US. But they've also destroyed their GDP to a much greater extent than the US. So what really was the point of all that, frankly? So, I mean, these are points that Trump could have made in a more competent way, I believe. but he's not really like a very extremely good debating person, so we didn't see that. Possibly if the US had been ruled by somebody more technocratic, such as Andrew Yang, or a high IQ technocrat such as Michael Bloomberg, I allow that the response might have indeed been like more towards like the East Asian sort of competence levels. But these are pure speculations. I don't think the Democrats, the Democratic establishment per se, which say Biden is a part of, would have done any better. Yeah, I mean, they might have signaled less against masks. Although, to be fair, I mean, if you recall, the anti-mask consensus was pretty bipartisan back in March and April. Yes. But they were slower. They were much less enthusiastic about closing down the borders, which is another key component of corona suppression. So you also have that to keep in mind. I don't think the Democrats would have done significantly better under a standard Democratic president, but these are points I think that Trump could have signaled more energetically, but he was more interested in pulling stunts like criticizing Biden for wearing a big mask. And then he got infected with corona literally the next day, which was really bad from Nazi perception. Like even if you're a COVID,
that's more what I was actually thinking about. I don't think that a large part of the U.S. electorate will try to look objectively at the way Trump handled the corona response and whether a Democratic administration could have done it better or stuff like that. I think the coronavirus has turned into a cultural spectacle in the United States, where it's no longer about either science or I don't want to sound like a gay I love science guy, but you know what I mean, or like mathematic calculations in terms of what will be more costly, like shutting down the economy or letting the virus run wild, etc., etc. I think it because the atmosphere is so polarized, it turned into, whether you believe or don't believe in the coronavirus, it all turned into a kind of tribal marker. And I wonder how much Trump, being the person he is, contributed to that. Wasn't I personally believe that a lot of this coronavirus denial stuff was a GOP gay-op that was readily embraced by by swaths of the political right, because it was because the virus appearing at the time that it did appear was very inopportune for Trump, because it obviously posed a danger for the economy that he has built and that he intended to run on for a second term. So they needed to come up with a narrative that would support Trump regardless, basically. So I think that that's where all of this stuff is coming from. So Trump is a cultural figure. I think has contributed a lot to the kind of coronavirus debate that we are having right now.
Yes. I mean, there's nothing to disagree with those takes. I don't have anything to object there.
All right, then we can
actually, if I could ask Anatoly something. Anatoly, what do you think about, like, I'm not saying COVID is real or not real, or it's super deadly, or it's not really that deadly, but putting all of that aside, what do you think about how, like, do you think it's being used as an economic reset? Like, is that a thing, or is that just a consequence? And, what's your take on that?
Well, I mean, I obviously don't think that it was like an intentional virus release to like impose a new world order or something like that. I mean, my sort of, frankly, my best guess is that, these zoonotic events, they do happen once every few decades. And I mean, the pandemics of this scale occur about once a century on average. So, I mean, you don't really need like extreme conspiracy theories to explain any of this. Either that.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it was planned. But I'm not saying that. I'm not saying somebody created it literally
Yeah. I mean, I
But
would
I,
address
I'm
this. And as for the economy, I mean, well, basically they like pumped 3 times as much stimulus as they did back in the 2008 crisis, and obviously it wasn't channeled towards ordinary people. It was mainly channeled to the owners of capital, and
Mhm.
because of the existing economic structure, I mean, a lot of it simply came flowed to the people who commandeer the commanding heights of the economy.
Right.
The Bezos people and so on. So I mean, I mean, obviously they used a good opportunity, and I mean, I don't have any illusions that the U.S. Is an oligarchy in many respects. I mean, there's been even like political science literature to that effect. So yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a mixture of both. Simply like the response to this, reinforcing the existing economic structure, and people like Bezos using their influence to
Mhm.
channel those resources more to themselves than to other people.
Right.
It's basically they are just not letting a good crisis go to waste. I think I agree with what Anatoly just said. I don't
Mhm.
think the virus is fake or a bioweapon or something like that, or at least we have no means of knowing. So it's there's no point in speculating whether it escaped out of a bioweapon laboratory or something like that. But fundamentally, again, it's like when a tornado happens or something like that, of course there will be people for whom it will be politically or economically beneficial, like people who work in the construction industry or something like that. Doesn't mean the tornado didn't happen. So that's basically my take on that. But I would also
I'm going to
like.
go with that it was Rothschilds. So
Yeah, all right. But I would also like to move on to. Oh, yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, incidentally, another thing that you could criticize them for is that Bolsonaro was also like a very energetic COVID dissident, even more so than Trump actually, because Trump was sort of
Mm.
non-committal actually, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But Bolsonaro was like really aggressively against the like lockdown and so on, and. But what's very interesting though is that his support ended up recovering eventually, and that was because even though he is this right-wing figure, his government is populist, and they instituted a program of UBI in all but name for the duration of the corona crisis. And
Mhm.
yeah, as a percentage of their GDP, the Brazilians actually got a lot more than the measly the payments of $1,200 that Americans got from Trump 2 times,
Yeah.
which is frankly nothing by the relative to U.S. living costs. So had he actually been more aggressive on that front, then frankly, I think that he'd have won this election.
Mm.
Yeah, I also think that you are right. He had a unique opportunity to present a kind of radically new vision for a Republican president, a new approach to the economy. But he didn't, and instead, just as in Europe, his coronavirus response was basically made up of half measures and contradicting information and things like that, which ultimately will have a negative effect on his re-election chances, I think. But enough for the coronavirus. I think there is another question I wanted to ask you specifically, which is, I mean, you're now the second Russian on this on this stream, but I haven't talked about this question specifically. But who do you or who of the two candidates do you think will be better for Russia? And what do you think could change if Trump leaves the White House and Joe Biden becomes the next US president? Do you think there will be any change in approach or not?
Well, I mean, the conventional answer is that Biden will will sanction Russia back into the Stone Age and cut it off from the internet and overthrow the Dark Lord of the Kremlin. At least that is what the esteemed users of Reddit politics fantasizing about. I think that reality will probably fall a bit short of those fantasies. So basically, I mean, I allow that there'll be more sanctions, although on the other hand, Russia is much more insulated against the possibility of Western sanctions these days, because, I mean, we've been sort of adapting to them since 2014. That's the first thing. Secondly, Biden himself, it might be more rhetoric for him than like to appease those crazy people, as opposed to something that he's really dead set on, although obviously I don't know the answer to that question. And thirdly, my sort of belief is that the victory of Biden does not mean that America's internal contradictions, which is the sort of are going to diminish. To the contrary, if you look at Biden's program, it's actually more aggressive in economic terms than was Hillary Clinton's in 2016. So one example is he wants to lower the age of Medicare by 10 years to encompass more of the boomers, whereas Hillary Clinton was actually talking about like the universal healthcare 4 years ago. And I think that the hardcore leftists, the Chapo Trap House users, people like that whose like one saving grace is that they hate the US far more than they hate Russia. They'll be at the sort of neoliberal establishment's throat, no less than the embittered Trumpists, many of whom will believe that the neolibs stole the election from them. So I don't expect a diminishment of polarization in the US or of internal stresses. To the contrary, I think all of these factors will very likely get worse, especially come 2021, 2022, when the US has to deal with the consequences of the splurge. It's been on the monetary splurge and the fiscal splurge. It's done to contain Corona. And this is something that's going to affect Europe as well, especially the Mediterranean, which has something like 10% decline in GDP this year. So I think the West will be facing quite a few internal problems. One bad thing about Biden that's I think like specifically bad is that there probably will be at least a short to medium term improvement in the transatlantic relationship, because Trump really was triggering a lot of the Europeans. I wouldn't overstate it, because at the end of the day, individual politicians don't count for much, and the transatlantic relationship isn't based on individuals; it's based on institutions and strategic interests. But still, I mean, closer transatlantic relations will obviously be worse for Russia. And another problematic thing is, of course, that Biden is seen as much more China-friendly. Although, as we saw with Russiagate, you always need to be careful what you wish for. So we thought that Trump would be very good for us in 2016, and we were like popping the champagne bottles in November 2016. But we ended up getting Russiagate thanks to that British spy and a couple of alcoholics from Perm, as we finally discovered this week. Like this, isn't it hilarious that this week is when the final nail gets driven into the Russiagate coffin? Not that anybody cares by now, but I mean, probably the second most successful intelligence operation in world history, frankly, after the Lenin SEAL train operation by the Germans in World War I. But anyway, that digression aside, I allow that there might be some similar China-gate thing with respect to Biden, and I mean the Republicans are certainly working towards that direction.
It already does seem to go in that direction, yeah. With the Hunter Biden laptop and the kind of information that was leaked recently, they're already spinning up a narrative by which Biden is basically controlled by Chinese oligarchs and things like that. Steve Bannon is very much involved in working at something like that.
Yeah.
I think the Republicans are construing their own China Gate, but given that they are culturally much less competent than the liberals, I don't think they will have as much sway as Russia Gate has had over these last 4 years.
I mean, an additional problem, though, is that the Western media, the hallowed free Western media, was never interested in questioning and aggressively critiquing the Russiagate conspiracy theory. Well, apart from a few honorable exceptions like Max Blumenthal, Glenn Greenwald, Aaron Mate. Well, I mean, you can count them on the fingers of your hand. Whereas with Chinagate, literally a few days after Boomer Bannon came up with his gaggle of with all those cock pictures which he's feeding them to the people. ABC News, I believe, published an article in which they revealed that many of the sort of documents that were supposedly linking Hunter Biden to Chinese oligarchs were simply literally fake and produced by some Swiss person who doesn't exist.
Which makes China
firstly, the Republican people, they're much less competent because Boomer Bannon is one of their leading intellectuals. And the second bad thing is that the media will actually make efforts to destroy their theories, which they didn't make with Russiagate.
Yes.
So my prediction that the Chinagate, I do think that there'll be attempts at the Chinagate. Whether it will be successful or not is another question. Might be, might not be. I mean, I just don't know at this point.
I think Chinagate will kind of continue to exist in case of a Biden victory, but it will not be even half as potent as Russiagate has been again over the last 4 years. It will not even nearly stifle Biden's policy decisions as much as Russiagate has stifled Trump's policy decisions. And as far as Russiagate goes, again, it was, you said it just received the final nail into its coffin this week. But it was never anything that anyone could have taken serious on a factual level, right? It was ridiculous from the get-go. I think it was quite self-evident, but it was still played an important cultural role. And with Biden, I think the one interesting aspect, should Biden win, in terms of US-Russia relations, is that we will see Russiagate disappear basically overnight, because it was exclusively used as a kind of bulwark against Trump and also as a means to block any possible US and Russia reapproachment under Trump and to deprive him of certain foreign policy tools. We saw that each time. I think during all these 4 years of his presidency, he met up with Putin only twice, if I'm not mistaken, and both times he couldn't make any inroads or any successes, because the moment he shook Putin's hand, all he heard back home was that basically could be equated to treason and things like that. I don't think they will use this against Biden, and I think with a Biden in the White House, we will see a much more normal, even though still hostile, of course, but a much more normal Russian and US diplomacy, maybe comparable to the diplomacy between the Soviet Union and the United States, which obviously also was hostile, but at least they had normal communication channels. What we saw in the last 4 years is that basically with Trump, because Russiagate was looming over his head all this time, we didn't have communication channels basically with the US president. I think that will change with Biden.
Oh, well, yeah, I agree. I mean, I do think that the value of better communications with the US, I mean, whatever that translates to in practice, is still probably outweighed by the by the fact that that Trump was ultimately, I think, better for Russia in that he really was sort of driving the great bifurcation forwards.
I think Trump was unintentionally better for Russia. I mean, objectively, under Trump, we are observing the worst U.S.-Russia relations ever. We had much better relations with the U.S. under Obama, obviously. But I think unintentionally, he helped to bring closer a vision of Russia that people like you and I probably have, in terms of that he or rather his administration or the US political apparatus at large, because I think there are a lot of conflicting interests, they for some reason antagonized China and Russia at the same time, which drove Russia and China over the last 4 years much closer than they would have normally gone into much closer relationships, which is again good for the kind of vision that I have for Russia, and you probably too. But again, it's probably an unintentional aid that.
Oh yes, certainly. I mean, I completely agree with this, and we also need to keep in mind the nightmare scenario of a Biden administration, which, to be honest, I'm first not confident at all that Biden will actually pursue it. First, and secondly, I'm not sure that even if he does want to pursue it, or the people around him, because I mean he's not really all that there by now. But the deep state will not allow him to pursue it. But the nightmare scenario, I think, would be a sort of mending ties with China, trying to restore Chimerica, letting, so breaking off the investigation, the campaign against Huawei, making up with China, essentially, and really focusing all the cannons against Russia. So that would be the sort of the worst case scenario for us. It can't be written off entirely. So while I don't weigh that scenario particularly highly, but the possibility of that scenario is probably why in net terms my the expected value of a Biden presidency for Russia is somewhat lower than the expected value of a second term for Trump.
If I could ask you just a question, bringing it back to the U.S., what do you think is going to happen under a Biden presidency with regards to COVID? Everything from lockdown, vaccine. What do you see happening in the U.S. and how would that affect the world?
I don't think it will be there'll be a lot of changes, frankly, because the cat is out of the bag so far as spread is concerned. He doesn't have the authority to order lockdowns at the federal level. He's not going to be doing centralized quarantines, which is the sine qua non of containing coronavirus once it overwhelms contact and trace capabilities, which only really work when the epidemic is in its incipient stages. It doesn't really work once it's in the hundreds of thousands and millions of people.
Right.
And we also know that, Sweden did prove that the epidemics, they are at the end of the day cyclical, and once the sufficient numbers of people become infected, the behavior changes from the bottom, not because of policy, but from the bottom, and the R0 goes down below 1, and the the epidemic burns itself out well until the next season. So this is basically what I expect. I don't expect any silver bullets. The one thing I think that can solve the epidemic pretty quickly is if we were to move more aggressively towards mass vaccine manufacturing and vaccinization. But unfortunately, I think that health regulations about vaccines are way too strict than is rational, to be frank. So like we spend too much money on things like airline safety because people have a primal fear of falling out of the skies or being blown up. So we spend very rational amounts of money on like airport security, airline safety. We also spend the rational amount of attention on vaccines because I mean we know by now that something like Sputnik it works more or less okay, and and it doesn't kill people. I mean, it's certainly much safer than actually getting infected by coronavirus. It should be a no-brainer to start mass vaccinating older people, for instance, who are most at risk from coronavirus. But the national health authorities do insist on like getting formal approval. So bearing this in mind, like the countries with the more rigid bureaucracies will I only expect vaccines to start making a difference from 2022, frankly, and not 2021 if there was a more sort of libertarian regime, if you will.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, that's, in terms of coronavirus, that's also what I was going to ask about the vaccines, basically. But you basically already answered everything except maybe one thing. So people who follow your Twitter or your blog on ANS, they know that you actually volunteered to receive the Russian vaccine against coronavirus, Sputnik 5, right?
Yes.
So, what is Jeff Bezos telling you to do over the chip that was implanted into your organism?
Well, yeah, of course, I'm going to shill for the, but although it's the Putin vaccine, so I shill for Putin.
Dude, it's a Kremlin vaccine.
All right. Okay, so what is the Dark Overlord of the Kremlin? What kind of messages is he sending to you over the chip in your bloodstream?
Well, he's confirmed that he reads my blog, which was good to hear. I finally have some concrete confirmation of that.
That's wonderful. Yeah, that's a long-standing meme on Anatoly's blog that Putin is actually reading him, because sometimes we actually do observe that something Anatoly writes about is then realized in kind of official Kremlin policy. So yeah. The ANS review is generally more powerful than people give it credit for, which is also why it is banned in the Moscow and St. Petersburg subway. Yeah. So, Anatoly, you said you were staying for like half an hour, which is we have covered pretty well right now. Do you want to say anything else to our listeners, or do you want to cover another topic?
Well, I mean, I there's nothing really holding me back apart from sleep, I guess. But I don't plan to be going to bed anytime soon, to be frank.
Oh, right. No, I thought you were just going to watch the election with a couple of friends or something like that. So I didn't want to delay
yeah,
you from...
but most of them are sort of dozing off. So I've retreated to another room. So
right.
So I mean, they're sort of drunk and lying about in various places. So it doesn't really matter at this point.
All right. Yeah, Russians getting drunk watching the US elections. So we are living in really interesting times. But in this case, you can stay on the stream if you want. But
well, yeah, sure. I mean, as I said, if you're interested in me staying on, then stay for another half an hour.
Absolutely. You've already answered all the questions that I had basically. But we would now invite our next guest on. So we would be 4 people on the stream, which is no problem. I think it's a decent number. So Konstantin, who is in the chat right now, if you are ready, I can send you the Google Hangouts link in Twitter. Write a plus or something if you're ready, then I'm going to send you the link and you will be our second guest of the evening. All right. I will just assume that he is ready because he's in the chat, and we'll send him the link. Konstantin. So after I've sent him the link, we can look at the map again and see the kind of current developments and where everything is going. Right.
Yeah, the one thing actually I want to add is that this is a point that was made by Torfinson at at both our sort of private chat and on the blog, is that Trump, for all our laughing at him as a blump, he did have some concrete accomplishments. One of them was that immigration truly was drastically reduced under him, which you would not necessarily expect, because until this year, the US had a pretty solid GDP growth, which is usually accompanied by high immigration.
Does that account for COVID? Because that reduced immigration numbers everywhere in the world, right?
Yeah, but that was before COVID as well, though.
All right.
And the other thing that he did, the one which he must be credited with, is that he finally issued an executive order against critical race theory. For what it's worth, so you have an army of lawyers now actually pursuing universities.
That is interesting, but that was done in the run up to this election. Basically, I think it has more to do with electioneering. It might very well be again blocked or reversed by some lower judges and things like that after the election's over. So I don't know whether this is particularly promising. About the immigration numbers, that's interesting, as well as about the wall, whether it's actually been built, is quite a topic for debate.
Yeah.
Right now. The immigration numbers, do you happen to know whether that's illegal immigration or legal immigration or both?
Illegal immigration can't really be measured, but it's like recorded immigration has gone down drastically. You can say that the executive order was simply publicity, which some judge will strike down. But on the other hand, under Biden, it will be a 100% certainty. So, for what it's worth. But anyway,
Sure.
I think we've had enough talking with me, and I think it's probably time to turn to Constantine, perhaps.
If he actually joined us, but apparently he's been off he's been AFK or something like that, because he hasn't responded yet. Even though the last messages in the chat are from him. So let me repeat, Constantine, if you returned already, please, I've sent you a link to join the Google Hangouts chat. Please join us.
Hello?
There he
Testing.
It works. We can hear you.
It's just I'm actually not at home right now, so I'm I not in my usual setup, so it's a little bit weird. My mic's being weird. I have my laptop and some of my desktop, so on and so forth.
It's all right. I can hear you very, very clearly, so your sound is good.
Oh, excellent.
Very good.
Excellent.
To go. So yeah, Constantine, nice to have you on as well. You're our second guest of the evening, basically, and you and the GSP are finally reunited again. And it's also
it's wonderful.
Yeah, and it's also like the first time I've been twice on your guys' show, and now you're on my show. So kind of reciprocity.
I do have to chastise you though, just a little bit.
Oh really?
Okay, so you're having a stream on the American elections, and I'm the first American you bring on. The best you can find is a Sicilian.
No, you're the second. You're the second American. Anatoly is a dual citizen from, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, if it's dual citizen, you said. okay, but
so yeah.
But I still have to disparage you for bringing a Sicilian on your show.
All right. I can kick you out again, so no problem.
Well, that would just make it 110 now, wouldn't it? True.
Okay. Anyway, pleasantries aside.
Yes.
Pleasantries aside, what's your take? Or wait. Before we go into your take, let us all just take a look at the current numbers, at where we stand, and then we will go into further discussion, right? So we should. This is an election stream. We should periodically check the map and the numbers, I think, because otherwise it's just too much concentrated autism, I think. People want to know where where we are actually going. So I'm going to enable OBS to show my screen again. All right, it does. And now we are going to the New York Times map, according to which Biden is currently leading in terms of delegates by 131 to 92 for Trump. That is still too early to say anything definite.
I do think the biggest interesting thing here is Virginia, because they called it so early, but Trump still has like a 10-point lead there.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't even know why they called it for Biden.
Now, what they did is Virginia has gone Democrat since either 2008 or 2012, and that's because a lot of the people who work in D.C., a lot of the career bureaucrats, live there because it's cheaper, so they live like right outside on the outskirts of D.C. in Virginia. But it looks like a lot of the rural counties are coming in now, which again is affecting that. So the map looks redder than the actual numbers suggest. But some of the big liberal counties, some of the big left-wing counties like Fairfax had like pathetically low turnout this election. So Virginia might actually be in play. They might renege it. I know Fox News has sort of pulled it away and said, "Oh, we don't know yet," even though Fox has been fucking terrible on this particular thing. But
that is going to be interesting. At least like the New York Times map says that they've only counted 43% of the votes for now, so still a lot of ballots to count. Hard to tell where it is going. Yeah.
The other big one with 70 in Ohio, Trump finally closed the gap and is ahead by 0.7 points.
According to the New York Times map, he is behind. According to the New York Times map, Biden is leading by 0.3 percentage points in Ohio.
Oh, I have I just have the AP map, the one that first comes up when you Google it. So
all right.
It might just be like
but it's very tight. It's very tight, but that's not surprising given that Ohio is one of those battleground states, right?
Yeah.
I think the basic picture is that he's overperforming in the South, especially amongst Latinos. But he seems to be having a crunch amongst white suburban voters and boomers, which looks bad for him in the Dust Belt.
Yeah, I think he has a pretty tight grip on Florida as far as I can tell. 93% of votes already counted, and he has a very confident lead by around 4 percentage points, and
which is unheard of for Florida, mind you. I mean, the state's usually like 1% is like a good, healthy lead in Florida, let alone 4%.
During the last election, it was only the Panhandle basically that saved Florida for Trump. And I think the votes in the Panhandle aren't counted yet, so it will be a very large lead in Florida in particular. So he did make inroads with the Latino vote, actually. As I've said before, it's because of this catchy Latinos for Trump song, I'm pretty sure. They all really liked it, and so they're.
Let me just say, it is the American carousel. That's what we're looking at right here.
Yeah, but also that speaks to the tendency that Anatoly has mentioned and GSP and I have mentioned before. Of course, Texas is surprisingly blue. Now Trump has taken a very small lead over Biden by 0.8 percentage point, but Biden was leading by 1 percentage point for a very long time, and it's still only 74% of votes that have been counted. So we also see the tendency of basically whites, ironically, abandoning the GOP. I guess, and also a lot of shitlips from California will have moved to Texas during the last 4 years, which I think will be a critical demographic development in this election.
Yeah, I think. go ahead.
I have some bad news. Laura Loomer has been defeated.
Defeated? Oh yeah, she was running somewhere, right? I don't follow her that much. But
it turns out when she changed herself to the polling booths, it didn't go over well.
Yeah, Illinois seems to be pretty safe for Biden. Trump has a significant lead in Michigan, but it's only 20% of the votes counted so far.
And I think the big thing when it comes to a lot of it is it's who didn't show up rather than who did show up, because of just general enthusiasm. Where if rural, voter is suppressed, it's like their turnout is suppressed or.
I'm most interested. I think the Rust Belt will basically decide this election. Well, again, as it secured Trump's electoral college victory in 2016.
Yes,
very surprisingly. But the Rust Belt has a very low percentage of votes that have been counted, so it's hard to predict where Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are going.
And then what's probably going to happen, we're not going to know until the morning because it's going to get to the point where it's so damn close. They're going to be required by law to call like several recounts, and it's just going to keep on doing that. And
yes, and so also with these mail-in ballots, like all the liberal media have been saying that they might they might not announce the election results on election night, but that we will actually have to wait for 2-3 days, a week, whatever.
Yeah, and I'm getting very, the same feeling we got when, of course, I, don't remember because I was, I was less than a year, just slightly over a year old when this happened. The 2000 election with Florida and the uncertainty there. I think we're seeing several of those scenarios brewing in this election right now.
Oh yes. This it's certainly again a very interesting election. It's not quite. I don't think we will see a landslide. Obviously, we can say so much already for either candidate. I think it will be relatively tight, at least in terms of the margins of victory in certain states. Do you guys think that Maine is in play for Donald Trump?
Maine, he'll probably get the 2nd congressional district again because they're one of the 2 states, Nebraska also, where if a certain congressional district votes majority for one candidate, they'll give them the 1 electoral point, as opposed to a winner-take-all system where you can win the 2-point popular vote, but if you win 1 or 2 of the districts, you can pick up 1 point and just and again 1 point can swing an election. We've seen this several times before. Everything counts, but it's probably going to go the same it did last time with 3 to the Democrats when Trump picks up the 2nd district and gets the 1 electoral vote.
All right. So last one. Now this is I'm not this familiar with the U.S. Social landscape. Is Alaska a deep red state? Is it sure that it will go to Trump, or is there any chance for Biden taking Alaska?
Alaska is a lot of the. I think actually one of their claims to fame is they actually have the most former military personnel there.
Right.
Again, with that, especially among the rank and file, they're very heavily Republican. It's also a very rural state, so that also goes towards that. I think the last time they went Democrat was in '64.
Jesus, yeah, all right. Then it is quite securely in Trump's pocket. But I have 2 hopes as far as Alaska goes. Number 1, of course, is that it will go neither for Trump nor for Biden, but for Putin. And number 2 is that it will go for Jeb Bush.
He can win this. He can win this. It's not
we have discounted Jeb too early. I think he can still win.
Speaking of Alaska, actually, one interesting poll from the blogger Audacious Epigone, who likes collecting these obscure polls, is that support for secessionism is the highest in Alaska amongst all U.S. states.
Oh yeah, AKIP.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense geographically, or it doesn't, because the reason why Russia abandoned Alaska is because it is very hard to defend, or was in the geopolitical context back then, because it was neighboring British Canada, and the Russian Empire didn't have the means to defend it in a confrontation with Britain, as it happened in the Crimean War and stuff like that. So Alaska as an independent state kind of makes sense because it is geographically detached from the U.S. mainland, but it would be kind of vulnerable, I guess, to China and Russia or whatever. Or they could become the North American Sparta, and because all those military personnel live there, according to Constantine, and they could institute constant martial law, something like that. Okay, funny scenarios aside, we can now return to autistic commentary and check back on the map in an hour or so. So now, Konstantin, what is your take? Who do you think will ultimately win the election, and who do you support? And who does the Italian mafia support?
Well, I mean, we saw this last election. We see this election. The Italians here, and not only here, but also in a lot of Italy, they fucking love Trump. He's just, I don't know. I guess we just consider him one of his own. Like, I suppose he is beholden to the mafia, being a 70s New York businessman, all of that. But unfortunately,
yeah. But what mafia?
That's a good question.
Mafia?
Look, I'm just saying they called it Kosher Nostra for a reason. We were very friendly with a certain group of people here and there, but the way I see it right now, what I said on the show on Thursday is that Trump is going to pull a 296 in the Electoral College, and the key states that are going to be Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. He's going to lose Pennsylvania, probably because of fraud. At least that's my estimation. But neither candidate, no matter what way it goes, is getting more than 300 electoral votes. And I tacitly support Trump. I ended up voting for Trump, but mainly because he's funny. Number one reason.
Perfectly legitimate reason. I'm not even joking. Like, yeah.
No, number two, I think the State Department will be slightly less aggressive when it comes to like toppling people like Orban in Europe. Again, not by much, but slightly less. Where it's a sort of passive attempt at it, where Biden State Department would actively work to overthrow these people. But I do understand that both here and across the world, he is kind of a what would you call it? Sort of a something that placates the right, something that makes them feel like,
yes.
It's good enough. Let's
Yes.
settle for this, rather than actually,
That's
taking.
essentially the reason why I am slightly on the Biden train. I'm riding with Biden, as I've announced on Twitter. It's simply because of almost entirely out of cultural reasons. I think Trumpism, like the MAGA ideology and things like that, has had an extremely toxic influence on right-wing circles over the past 4 years. And unfortunately, given the cultural power of the United States, not just in the United States, but worldwide, like one thing that I really want to see this year is in 2016 we all had a lot of fun watching liberal meltdowns after Trump actually won. Now this year I want to see Russian libertarians suffer because Trump loses, for example. But also, other people who are way too much invested in Trump, way more than they should be actually. That is good for right-wing ideologies and stuff like that. I think Trump has placated too many people, which has been kind
Well,
of
I think that's a general problem with the right, where they always want to settle for good enough. Where the left is, you give them an inch, they take a mile. Where like if we had Trump, if we had somebody who I would consider ideal, like Pat Buchanan, again, and he doesn't go far enough for my personal taste. The right would consider it good enough. I think it's a deeper problem than that actually has to be addressed. And perhaps a Trump losing could make them reflect on these, or again. But my biggest fear about Trump losing is that, in terms of the right, it would lead pretty much to a complete neoconservative retakeover. Not that they don't have their foothold in the Trump administration now or the modern right, but it would be like a complete repudiation. You have people like Nikki Haley saying, "Well, Trump was too racist. He was too nationalistic. We need to go back to our policy of globalism and bombing everything under the sun."
It's interesting whether the GOP can just go back to classical conservatism or whatever. I actually think that Trump broke with that for good. Actually, I think the Democrats might try to spin it if Trump loses that the American population has rejected Trumpism, racism, nationalism, and so forth. But I think the GOP has no option other than to double down on Trumpism, even if Trump loses. I think they no longer can run candidates like Mitt Romney or something like that. I think that's,
I think it might be enough to cause a civil war within the party, where you'll have the elements who sort of glommed onto Trump after the fact, after he became president, saying, "Oh, we were right about him all along," sort of like the Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio types. And then the people who were pretty dedicated to him early on in the party, I think it would cause sort of, again, no better way to describe it than a civil war, to the point where it would collapse into complete infighting. As much as I'd love to see a major party collapse into infighting, again, just for personal self-preservation reasons and the old cliche buying time argument, which I personally hate myself, I'm making right here, it would, I hate the Democrats more. Is what it boils down to.
No, I see why Americans would white Americans would vote for Trump out of self-interest and stuff like
white.
that. So.
I ain't white.
Yeah, all right, yeah, you know what I mean. So, but
I'm a proud black man. Do you not know that Sicilians are not white?
I'm a person of pizza, right?
Exactly.
So, but civil war was a good keyword. Now, I don't think that a civil war is possible at the current stage of U.S. politics. But generally speaking, in case of, let's say, Trump victory, will we see America burn tonight?
Oh, I mean, there's going to be chimp outs regardless, or however you want to put it. Because in DC, they're already boarding up. If there's any sign that Trump wins in one state within really shit Libby area, they're gonna send out the stormtroopers, if you will, to wreak a bit havoc. Even if Biden wins, they'll pretty much until Inauguration Day and probably even a little after they'll keep it up, and then they'll give their troops a vacation before breaking them out. And on whatever new political crisis pops up, they need them for. Actually, it was either this most recent episode of the War Report or the one before that where we talked about this.
Do you think it's possible that if let's say according to the official election results, Trump loses, that he will, as the liberal media has kind of tried to fearmonger over the last couple of weeks and months, that he will refuse to recognize the election results and will rile up his supporters to actually, I don't want to say commit acts of violence, but basically to engage in civil disobedience and disregard the official outcome?
I think more of what we would see, I think we would see that. Of course, they would say he's encouraging it. But I think Trump would mostly do it where he pushes to the courts and calls for recounts. And again, sort of like what happened in 2000, like where he just won't concede until he has absolutely no choice but to.
Is it possible that even without Trump's active encouragement, the boomer who just wants to grill, in case that Trump loses and in case that said boomers who realize that the demographics have changed so much that they cannot vote their way out of this and vote for being allowed to just grill, will the boomer begin to hate finally if Trump loses?
Oh no, I do think we might see a little bit of boomer waff in action.
It's really hard for me to estimate that because I don't have my hand on the pulse of like American culture and things like that because I live in a totally different part of the world. I don't know how much potential for violence American boomers have and whether they have a Nietzschean spirit that is ready to embrace their will to power.
Mostly what we've seen from the Tea Party onward is they'll do armed demonstrations, but they'll mostly stay nonviolent, just to the point where they have a rifle over their back or carrying a pistol and a holster on their side. But again, sort of what we saw at the anti-lockdown protest earlier this year, I wouldn't anticipate violence unless provoked, because I think if they are actually provoked, which this would be a time where they would actually respond, but I don't think they would necessarily initiate the violence.
And actually, I have a question I'd like to field to everybody.
Oh, go ahead.
There's been talk about the whole thing about truth and reconciliation, and so let's suppose there's a Biden victory tonight. What do you guys see in terms of how does truth and reconciliation work in 2021? What do you foresee?
Truth and reconciliation.
The Rainbow Stormtroopers kicked down my door. But in all seriousness, I think again it would start with like sort of the self-flagellating, like from Biden, of course, like us, white supremacy has been a problem, and us white people need to do X, Y, and Z to address this certain problem. We need to give more voices to minorities, which of course that's when Kamala Harris gets into play. But I think they would start it out very gently at first. I think they're smart enough not to go full bore with it, especially after an election contentious as this. But I do think further down the road, it would get shittier and shittier in terms of something Kamala Harris specifically proposed, enforcing the red flag gun laws, which is, for those of you who don't know, pretty much seizing legally owned weapons on suspicion that somebody may have violent intentions or may commit a crime with them. Kamala Harris said she would use them against extremist groups such as white nationalists and white supremacists. So I think it'd be like a lot of little stuff like that, but nothing too like overt, stuff they could still plausibly deny.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, I kind of missed the question. What did you mean by truth and reconciliation? I was reading an email from D-Life, sorry.
So, I mean, there's talk about truth and reconciliation. I guess it's a kind of a shit-lib idea about how we're going to arrive at truth and reconcile our differences in America. The whole, this is how we're going to heal America.
Yeah, no, I think that is entirely impossible. That is one thing where I tend to agree with Richard Spencer, who has written an essay on the current election. I forgot what it's called, but anyway.
The Blue Period.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite an interesting essay. I have a lot of disagreements with Richard Spencer, especially lately, but it is an interesting essay. So anyway, I think American society is beyond the point of no return in terms of political polarization. I think there is no way to achieve any bipartisanship anymore in the United States. I mean, we are at the level where people are actually more concerned about their children dating people from the other political party than dating people from other races. Yeah, so that's one of the statistics that he mentioned, but I was aware of it anyway. So I think the political divisions in the United States have gone beyond, actual political or argued differences. We are now at the point where those political lines are basically tribal differences, and I don't think they can be overcome at all. I also don't think there is no design to overcome them. I think it is part of this kind of two-party dialectic that was set up. I think it is integral to the functioning of the current US system to have it this particular way.
So you're telling me you don't believe that the Puerto Rican Cayudillo will unite the nation?
Unlikely.
That's what I'm banking for. Probably not going to happen, but hey.
Yeah. So, okay, last question, and then I think we could call another guest. Do you think that if Trump is elected for a second term, the question goes to everyone. A lot of people have been arguing that he has been so ineffective in the first term because he needed to worry about his re-election chances, and that he will be basically off the leash in the second term. It will basically actually turn into Orange Hitler finally. And do you think, in the second term, is he going to crack down on Antifa? Is he going to ramp up the wall construction? And is he going to be more of the Trump that we hoped he would be in the first term, or will Trump's second term look very much like the first term?
I wouldn't go as far as to say Orange Hitler, but I do think, even for the sake of just pragmatism, he will go a little bit harder than what he has given us now, to the point where, again, he won't have to worry about re-election. He can do a lot of things he wants to. He can take more risks, and depending on how ideologically committed he is to his ideas, a good example of this would be like Obama. We could see a lot of action, even just via executive order, throughout the second term. Now, that could take the form of where he cracks down on Antifa, where he does actually pursue the critical race theory bans to a more serious degree, but I don't think it'll be much substantial. But again, I think anything will look great compared to what we've had for the past 40 years.
All right. GSP?
Yeah. I mean, people talk about a civil war in America. I mean, I know nobody on the panel here thinks there's actually going to be a civil war, but when they break it down as to why there won't be a civil war, I think everybody understands that there really is no oligarch that's our guy. So, in a way,
Sheldon Adelson. Mr. Adelson, I love Israel. Please give me money and guns. Hypothetically.
In Minecraft.
Yeah, that's right. You have to convince Sheldon that basically winning a civil war here it would be beneficial for Israel, but that's another thing altogether. I guess what I'm saying is essentially, the way we've seen very nakedly this summer, how corporations work, I guess, closely with the establishment left and with Antifa in terms of being able to bail them out, or Target donating money, literally donating money after its stores are burnt down. There's a lot of investment in these groups, and I don't see that changing just because Trump doesn't have to seek re-election, right? I don't see that, and so I don't know if he's really capable of it. I suppose if Biden were elected, things would calm down. But if economic hardships are ahead, then you could see that he too will probably have to deal with these issues. In any case, so yeah, my answer is no. He won't be able to deal with any of that. If Trump is reelected, we're going to see the same, slightly different tactics, different talking points, but the same delegitimization of his presidency will go on.
Oh yes, I also think that actually Trump will be weaker in his second term. That sounds a bit counterintuitive, but I just think that the deep state, if you will, or at least the Democratic Party establishment and things like that, will be much more. They will go off the leash, not so much Trump, because they will not have to worry about a third term for Trump or something like that. So they will be able to go much more hardcore on stuff like Antifa tactics, stuff like BLM, which Trump will have no means of effectively putting down, because he has demonstrated basically in this term that he doesn't. That a lot of security decisions are up to the state and not to the federal level, at least under the current administration. And so I think we will actually see a strengthening of Antifa and an even further escalation of the left-wing cultural shift that we observed since 2016. Like Biden, I think Biden would actually calm the situation. To be honest, I think Biden would get Antifa more under control, and I think
he would placate them. That's at least momentarily.
I also think the leftist cultural establishment would feel more secure under a Biden administration and would be less aggressive about pushing the Overton window further to extreme left-wing liberalism and things like that, as we've seen in these 4 years of Trump. So Biden is kind of the return to normalcy candidate. Biden is, for me, the candidate that will allow the establishment to put the foot a little bit off the gas. So it will still be on the gas, but it will be a little bit slower.
A few things about that. Number one, Trump not getting a third term. That means, if that is true, the Lincoln Project has lied to me. First off. In which case I'm very disappointed, number one. Number two, I generally agree with what you say about Biden being a placation for them. It'll give them a few months. I would say it gives them a few months vacation, maybe even a couple years vacation. But I do think we saw this towards the tail end of the Obama administration, where you had the placation of the left, and then 2014, around the time of Ferguson, that's when they really kicked up again. So I think it will only be a temporary thing, whereas with Trump, there is the chance that it puts them into overdrive, or it just makes them go so hard that they burn themselves out, sort of like Nixon with the hippie movement. Now, I understand that the demographics and the situation much different this time, but there is somewhat of a case to be made for that. But generally, I do think a period of calm is in the near future, whether that be after Biden immediately or whether that be a few months after Trump. Because these people, I mean, again, 2020, a lot of people were laid off, unemployed, etc., had a lot of time to get active. And I do think under Trump, of course, Trump would really try to open the economy and the lockdowns, whereas Biden, he may say he wants to do the lockdown, but again, it'd become sort of one of those things where coronavirus would just sort of disappear once the Democrat got into office. That is one of the few conspiracy theories I actually do buy into with this election cycle. And again, I do think people's lives would return to a normalcy in that sense, at least. But I think it would only be a brief peace enjoyed under either one, of course, under different circumstances. But at the end of the day, I've been saying this for the past year. I've been saying this all throughout 2019. I say this pretty much every week in the War Report. This entire decade is only going to get more chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree with that. I also said, I had one tweet where, people think that 2020 was a kind of unique year of bad occurrences. It is kind of a freak year, admittedly, but the tendency is to think that the next year will also mark a return to normal, something like that. And I basically posted that that's not how accelerated decline works. So I think we will. I think we are in a phase of accelerated decline, and I think we will see much more crazy stuff happen in the years to follow and in the immediate future. So 2021 is going to be lit.
Absolutely. No.
But now I would suggest we take a look again at the current election results on the election map, and after that we can invite our next guest. Konstantin, do you want to stay on the stream, or do you have any
I
other
could
plans?
probably pull another 15 minutes or so, but I actually haven't still eaten yet tonight, so I might be back, but yeah, I can do another 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, it also will get too crowded if everyone just stays on the call. If you understand what I mean.
It would be like one of my family reunions. It would be wonderful.
I see. So okay, let us look together at the map, and then we can say goodbye to you and get our next guest into the chat. By the way, the next guest I think I've scheduled as the next guest Calm European, if I'm not mistaken. Calm European. If you are in the chat right now, I think you're listening. Then type a plus into the chat, and I will send you a Google Hangouts link after that. But for now,
which map are you using?
I'm looking at the New York Times map.
Okay, I'll do that because I actually have the AP one up, which just gives the raw results. It doesn't try to make any projections, but
all right. But you can just look at if you want to, you can look at the screen on DLive, so it's just my screen, or you can open it in your own browser.
I got it right here, and oh boy, Arizona is 72 win, and Biden's still ahead.
Biden has a strong lead in Arizona, very strong lead.
I guess they didn't Voya Patar poor Donald Trump enough there.
The Arizona results are bucking the trend of strong Latino support for Trump, apparently, right?
But another upset has been North Carolina. It has been blue the whole evening up until 15, maybe 20 minutes ago.
And gentlemen, the results are 88%.
North Carolina.
It's 90% counted, and Blumf is he's ahead, but barely by 0.6%. But it was dead even for a long time.
Yeah, that the results in the Midwest are particularly surprising, as Anatoly already pointed out. The suburbanite apparently began to hate finally. Florida seems pretty much locked in for Trump. We are now at 94% of votes counted. He has a 3 to 4% lead. I think it's quite safe to call Florida for Trump, but it isn't yet on the New York Times map. Texas finally Trump has gotten a modest lead over Biden. Still Biden surprisingly close, but I think Texas will probably remain red, so we are now at 50.8% for Trump in Texas and 47.8% for Joe Biden, which is a 3% difference in Trump's favor. Except it would be interesting to know which counties are already counted in Texas and which are not, because if
you click on it, you can just zoom in. It gives you
all right.
breakdown.
All right. It looks like okay. Austin has largely been counted already, so that's where the shitlip stronghold and bastion is. So if Austin has already been counted, then it's the some of the rural counties haven't been counted yet. So I guess Texas will probably go for Trump. Yeah.
Also, keep your eye on Virginia. I think we may get a Trump flip there yet. Maybe I'm a bit optimistic, but just judging by the numbers, it looks like either way that lagging few percent is going to flip towards Trump.
Yes, agree.
Or even if it does go towards Biden, Trump's already got the 53, and again, it's 54% counted, so there could be an upset there. But I don't know. I think that's going to be one of the big ones tonight. I wasn't expecting that.
West Virginia.
Virginia.
I thought Virginia looks. Oh, I see. My map is saying it's blue.
If you click on it, it gives a detailed breakdown of the counties. The percentage for Biden is only 45. Trump is 53. They called it very early tonight. But a lot of the liberal areas, like Fairfax County, were having very low turnout.
Yeah, that's interesting. But again, only 54% of the votes counted in Virginia yet, so it's a bit early to call it in one direction or the other. But yeah, it is. Trump certainly has made inroads this year. That's true. North Carolina is a pretty tight race. Trump is leading by 0.4 percentage points. 88% of the votes counted, so North Carolina is really up there. Do you guys have any guesses where this one is going?
I think North Carolina going for Biden is sort of a pipe dream based on the 2008 presidential elections against McCain, who was extremely unpopular for Republican, up against the very young, energetic Obama. Not to mention Sarah Palin as McCain's running mate. That election, oh boy, that probably sunk the ship even more than it was already sunk. But I think, win for Romney in 2012, win for Trump in 2016. I think, of course, with the way demographics are shifting, it probably will be a contentious state in the future, and probably will even lean more blue. But I think Trump can eke it out in this election here with the counts, and of course with the close margins. Recount is probably going to be triggered at some point, similar to again a lot of these states. I think Virginia is probably going to be a recount by the time everything's said and done. A few of these Midwestern ones. There was one I also pointed out.
Right now the map doesn't look too bad for Trump actually. It's if Biden is going to win, it's going to be much less convincing than I initially thought. It might actually Trump might actually win the way it looks right now. Again, it's still pretty early to say anything definite. But for example, Pennsylvania, he's leading there by about 6%, although it's just 26% of votes counted. So we will see. But
I would have to caution about the blue states in general, because they'll be counting for whatever reason first the people who come to vote, and only afterwards the mail-in ballots.
Yeah, that's another big one. But I'm really banking for at this point the chaos of a 269-269 tie. And there's many options. There are many options even developing now that we could see this happen.
If he takes Michigan, say, then that would be one out to 269, and loses Arizona. So
that would be the funniest outcome of all. Like in terms of, I think it would serve Russian national interests the best if it would be a tie. Just in terms of the chaos it would cause.
Well, I can tell you this. I think Nancy Pelosi and Putin would get along swimmingly.
Perhaps. So, but anyway, now we looked at the data, and what we found did surprise me at least. I don't know about you guys. But it's enough for the data right now. Now, Konstantin, do you have any final words for the audience?
Well, the final words I'm going to give to the audience is this is all very interesting, all very important. You should keep track of this, but in the end, God wins.
True. I agree.
And I think that's my closing statement there. Of course, check out the War Report. That's on YouTube at Constantine's Commentary. It's a show me and GSP do, and we're probably going to do. I don't know what day this week. Probably when the election results are more clear again. I currently don't have my setup. I can still record an episode, but it may be a little more of an uphill battle. But we'll play things by ear, and we'll definitely do a review. And again, judging on our 6-month cycles, I suppose we'll see you back in February.
Yeah, sure. Gladly. Yeah, we're glad to join you for another episode in February. That's tradition already, I guess. Although it just becomes tradition after the third time it happens, as they say. So it will become tradition after February for sure.
And then August 2021, so on and so forth, until I get banned or redacted by a certain intelligence agency, or until I get that olive farm and quit all of this. Because the moment that happens, I am, done with the internet.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You should
love you guys, but it's got to be that way.
You should consider an olive farm in like Crimea. Maybe you would get political asylum in Russia, I guess. I could at least ask Putin on your behalf whether he could speed up your naturalization process and stuff like that. I can give him a call.
I gotta say, there's some pretty stiff competition. Italy's only 3 years from me, so can you beat that? Can you beat that?
You got to ask yourself, which country would you have the N-word pass? Just think about it.
I think you would have the N-word pass in Italy, because what's the Italian word for black? It is something with N, right?
It is a. I'm giving purely an Italian lesson for our friends here at D-Live. Negro.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess every Italian has the N-word pass. It's
or my personal favorite, Molignani, eggplant. It's a word where that gets thrown around, or muli for short, if you prefer.
All right. So anyway, see you around in February, I guess, and we will invite our next guest on in a minute. I will also introduce him in a minute. For now, I would like to leave GSP and Anatoly alone to entertain the audience, because I again have too much energy drink in me and I need to use the restroom for a minute.
Gentlemen, it's been fun, and hopefully we'll know the results by the end of the night, because I am not staying up that late. I mean, what time is over there? Like 6 a.m.?
Yeah, it's about 6:30, so I'm entirely being kept alive by Red Bull tonight. So.
Hopefully your heart doesn't give out on us. And with that, I think I will take my leave here.
All right. Yeah, see you around. It was nice to have you on. Thank you for giving us your hot takes.
Absolutely.
On the ongoing election. So anyway, now Anatoly and GSP, you have the task to come up with some interesting topic while I'm away. But I will be back in just 1 minute or something like that.
Sure. Anatoly, this is a bit off topic, but it's something that currently has interested me with regards to, let's say either Biden or Trump is elected. How could that help or hinder, let's say, Russia with reference to Central Asia, particularly Kyrgyzstan? Is Kyrgyzstan important enough? When you consider like European sanctions, maybe Russia being more cut off and becomes like ever more the sole trading partner with China. That's very reductionist. I realize that, but I think generally where I'm going with this. Hello?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I had muted myself. So you want to specifically know what effect it will have on Russian relations with Kyrgyzstan? You said.
Yeah,
is there any particular reason? Because that's sort of like a very niche topic. Do you have some sort of relationship to it?
No, I don't. Only because there's a war right now in Nagorno-Karabakh and
Yes.
Armenia, and I think like there's this potential for Russia that would be challenged in Central Asia. There was a discrepancy with the election in Kyrgyzstan. So I'm wondering, like in the next 10 years, that Central Asia might be an important area for Russia all over again. And how do you see? Because I mean, would you agree that China would be interested in gaining more influence there and even domination?
Well, I mean that's certainly something that the Chinese are obviously interested in, extending their economic influence over Central Asia at any date, and they are doing that. And I mean it's inevitable to some extent because Central Asia, that's 70 million people, and the Chinese economy, that's $25 trillion in GDP. So the Russian economy in purchasing power policy terms, it's 4 trillion. In nominal terms, it's about 2 trillion. I mean, obviously, these are pretty different universes in terms of economic weight.
Yeah, I'm back, but I think it is quite evident that Central Asia will shift more and more towards China, and maybe even like states like South Korea also have increasing influence in Central Asia, which is to a certain degree even good for Russia in terms of labor migration, because it will help, first of all, develop the local economy, and maybe labor migrants will also increasingly go to China, let's say, instead of Russia. On the other hand, in terms of Russian influence in Central Asia, it is already less economic and more related to security aspects and related to military aspects, and whether China will be able to, replace Russian military bases there, or the kind of security relations that the Russian Defense Ministry has with all these countries. I think that's a sphere where Russia will hold its leverage for the foreseeable future.
Well, I mean, I think the Chinese feel that they don't want to provoke a fight or clash with Russia with Central Asia. So it seems to me that they're limiting the expansion very much to just economic influence, which is inevitable. And actually, I very much agree with your point about labor migration, because I mean, I talked to the taxi driver from Kyrgyzstan a couple of years ago, and even then he was saying that more and more people from his country are going to South Korea as gastarbeiters instead of Russia. And furthermore, I fully allow that by the time we come to the 2030s, the Chinese working age population by then should be in steep decline. So you might well see a reorientation of Central Asian labor migration from Russia towards China, especially northern China, which will be depopulating sooner than.
Yes, it's much the same thoughts that I had, but I need to introduce a new guest who already joined us on the call. Our latest guest, I guess, number 3 for tonight is the calm European. He will likely be unknown to many people who are my English-speaking followers or who are GSP's followers, because he's mostly active in the Russian segment of Twitter. But nonetheless, he's an excellent poster, and he is. He lived in the UK for a very long time, has an education from Oxford and so forth, and I guess he will also be able to give us interesting insights about the US election and about US-Russia relations. So he's the third Russian on this call. It is, again, as I said in the beginning, it is a election interference stream, and I have all the best. I have all the best interference specialists, as Trump would say, I guess. So, calm European, welcome to the stream.
Thank you for having me here.
Would you like to introduce yourself beyond what I've already said about you?
Well, I mean, you've you've definitely said more than enough, because I usually tend to play my cards very close to the chest and conceal my identity in hilariously non-obvious ways. But yeah, basically, I'm not in any way a political pundit or an expert in, graphs and tables like my good friend Anatoly is, but let's say I'm more of a culturally inclined observer. So what I've been observing so far is that everything's going more or less okay, I would say. Basically, there have been no surprises except for Arizona, maybe, but something had to go, obviously. And the thing is, Anatoly also noted very well that you have to check who they count first. Because at the previous elections, I've been following the same New York Times map, and basically I was alternating between black and white pills until I figured out the pattern. In 2016, it was first they take a huge dump of big city ballots. Obviously, first they count the big cities, the suburban counties, because not of any, pro-democratic bias, but because of logistic reasons. They've better technology, more manpower. It's generally easier to count them first. And then came my big red hope. Bring the hillbillies in. Once they start counting, the rural counties, the small town counties, everything changes. And what I've been noticing in these elections, that it still works. The pattern still works until it doesn't, because normally the more ballots they count, the better the situation is for Trump. But there are exceptions, of course, related to blue states. For example, I'm looking at New Jersey here, and I had big hopes. So can we actually flip New Jersey? But it seems that they've already counted the Ocean County, I think, where Trump had all of these huge 60% for him. So I think this advantage is now gone, and we probably won't be able to flip New Jersey. It would be very hard, given that they haven't counted most of Newark and surroundings yet, and it's obviously not going red. So the big New Jersey hope is turning into a big New Jersey cope. and the rest I can see, well, holding there. Michigan looks good, Wisconsin looks good, and can we actually flip Minnesota? I think we can. They've already counted, I think, either all of most of Minneapolis area. And the hillbillies are going our way. Basically, my most powerful take of the election is that Trump can flip Oregon. Why?
Whoa.
Well, yes, it's an enormously powerful take, but I've had anecdotal evidence that a lot of New York Republicans have fled for New Jersey and other neighboring states, and there's been a huge exodus of California Republicans. So within California, they're not making much of a difference, but if they vote in Oregon, they can actually flip it. It would be interesting, obviously, to see how to count the thing they did with Texas, where they've basically brought all of the Latinos over from California. So
if Oregon flips red, I think that would throw the Democrats into an existential crisis, to be honest.
Let's go for it. I'm quite hopeful that Minnesota will be flipped. Not sure about the rest.
That's
Not
interesting
sure
because
we can flip except for Virginia.
Do you
Virginia
think
looks very flippable.
Do you think that formula of more votes is better for Trump will work in this election as well, where we know that that in this election a lot of mail-in ballots will be counted much later than the ballots at the polling stations?
That's right. It depends on again. They've breaking the pattern now. It depends on where and when and how they count it. Well, Pennsylvania started with like 60% lead for Biden, probably signifying they are counting the mail ballots first there, but I'm not sure. But in general, the pattern has been working in traditionally red states or like the battleground states. The numbers keep adding up. It's still working. Like traditionally blue states, some of the battleground states, still not sure. But Texas has been like a complete confirmation of this pattern. It started quite blue and now it's back to normal. Once they count the hillbillies.
That was also the case in the 2016 election. I remember that Texas was going for quite a while for Hillary Clinton before it ultimately flipped for Trump. So yeah.
What a tease.
Yeah, but I think Texas will still go for Trump, quite obviously. But the percentage of blue votes will be larger, quite significantly than 2016. Right. Texas is for sure slowly but surely flipping blue. Yeah, we're not going to see a blue Texas this year, but eventually we're going to see it sometime in the future.
I think you could forecast Texas that in 2020. We saw like a caravan of trucks intimidating Democrats. In 2024, it could be streams of Volvo station wagons intimidating Republican buses.
Oh yeah, what's your guys' take on American ISIS? Basically, can Trump voters turn their trucks into technicals and start capturing military bases and form the Free American Army or something like that?
One of the people I follow put that to Arabic music. It slapped. It was so good.
Well, in reverse, you now have to put
a curious prospect. Well, I can only relay what a highly educated, slightly pro-Trump, Greek American Calvinist semi-boomer friend of mine told me 4 years ago. So he was based in Washington State then, and I was actually hoping that we could have flipped Washington, and we were quite close before they dumped like a huge number of votes from the big cities, obviously. And what he told me is that if the much vaunted Boogaloo happened, Washington would turn into some sort of Bryansk or Belarus partisan nightmare, because there would be like an island, Seattle, Tacoma, etc., surrounded by a sea of red partisans there. The hillbillies are very aggressive. They're very quiet, but they can, go berserk like in a second. It would be a complete nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah, again, we've already discussed the prospects for an American Civil War. It's kind of unlikely, but at least in terms of aesthetic, American ISIS is already set up, I guess. In terms of aesthetics and weaponry, they only lack the political will. So all right. So basically, what America needs right now is their own. What was his first name? Jesus, al-Baghdadi, basically. Maybe Israel wants to support American ISIS. I don't know.
Strange bedfellows.
Yeah, it would be funny.
I mean, we need to bring more Middle Eastern traditions like this into the United States. Specifically that of strange bedfellows and everybody hates everybody.
Well, like the North American continent is basically like the Middle East because they have been both colonized by Britain and they both have very geometrically geometric borders, if you know what I mean. So yeah. And now let me ask you this. I've already asked Anatoly about that. I've given my own opinion on that, but you're now the third Russian on this stream. Do you think the outcome of this election will have any effect on bilateral Russian-US relations or on the larger geopolitical picture as far as it relates to Russia?
Well, if you ask me, I have little to add to Stalin's famous pronouncement that both are worse. Both candidates are actually worse. But the thing is, powerful takes coming. I think that Biden is, let's say, 4 years ago, Biden would have been a much better candidate than Hillary. Basically, now, Biden is just as bad as Hillary would have been. And basically the worst thing about Biden is that if he's elected, he's gonna croak in a couple of years. That's quite obvious. So we will have President Harris.
That's an issue
Harris is
we haven't
just
brought up
as
yet.
bad as Hillary. Basically, don't trust the presidency to a woman. Never, never, never. So, given that Biden is A woman in disguise, and B is just a generally all-around horrible neocon boomer, there is nothing good to be expected from him. A probable silver lining is that we will probably refocus on China and forget about us for a while. Well, that is already discussed, that the Russiagate will be forgotten overnight. And probably the first few years of Biden wouldn't be entirely off. But when he croaks, we will have to summon the ghost of the feminist caliphate. It was an actual thing that was discussed in 2016. Basically, a Hillary win would have turned the US into a feminist caliphate.
Okay. Very hot take.
And basically, my main fear, I'm sounding like a complete boomer here. I completely understand, but my powerful take is that is basically right-wing neo-Gramscianism. That the economy does not matter, culture does.
I agree with that, yeah.
Why do I think this way? Because I think the current absolute state of the US is that basically all of these, Antifa, Bluehead, feminists, and whoever, the Chapo Trap House enthusiasts, they actually believe what they say. And that grieves me enormously. I mean, in Oxford, I met a lot of people who were literally like that. Because for some time, I thought, it's just a facade. I mean, it's like this champagne liberal thing. You cannot be serious. And then I realized they actually are. And we have reached such a point that I think they have literally become poisoned with their own propaganda. And this is a huge no-no for a politician. And once you start doing things a certain way, just because you believe in a certain fucked up ideal, even that is detrimental to your own well-being in all of the ways possible, I think we're very close to this point. And it's not going to happen under Biden, as long as Biden is alive, because he's a boomer. He's a boomer, and he's like a 50-year career politician. He knows what to say. He knows how to throw a bone to them. Once he's gone, once we have President Harris, President whoever, or God forbid, President AOC in the next elections.
Oh, gee.
That's gonna be painful, I think. So, well, why Trump? Because, again, it's been said that he will be more unfettered if he wins. He won't have to worry about a re-election. He can finally come out of his shell. He can be like the Trump we always wanted.
But is he truly in a shell? Because I really doubt these takes that Trump is right now holding back or something like that. I think he's either restricted by the administrative apparatus or what some people call the deep state. And even if he is re-elected, that is not going away one way or the other. Or what I think is more likely, I really don't like this idea that Trump is on our side and that people are thinking that Trump is on our side.
Trump is on
the side of Jared Kushner and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Trump is not on our side. But the important thing is that he's on his own side. And that is good. Because the people in the blue, they're not even on their own side. They're following some sort of insane agenda that is going to destroy them. But they don't realize it yet.
I agree with that.
I think Trump is following much the same agenda, but uses a different approach, to be honest. And also, as I've already discussed, you've I guess been listening to the stream. We didn't. If you are concerned about those people who believe in their own ideology, and if you are concerned about culture, haven't we seen under Trump a much stronger left-wing shift of specifically the culture in the United States as a kind of a left-wing backlash against the results of the 2016 election, which sure have shocked them, but which also have caused them to use their cultural power and cultural capital to the maximum possible extent and to become way more radicalized than they were under a moderate Obama or something like that.
Yes. So to use a very soy analogy, we're now living in the Empire Strikes Back stage. Because, yes, in 2016, an orange-haired 70-year-old teenager did blow up a Death Star. That happened. That was a huge victory. What came afterward was like a never-ending streak of setbacks and humiliations. Basically, what is now at stake is not victory, but survival. Like for a couple years more, because there isn't what comes after. Is we are not going to have another Trump, where the GOP is probably going to cock themselves even further. I don't know. And again, like this shift to the left, Trump, I don't think Trump could have done anything against it. It was a time bomb planted long before him. Because all of these young ultra-liberal socialist Zoomers, they simply came of age. And Trump couldn't just, kill everyone under 18 just to preserve his own future. He couldn't pull like a King Herod. Even though sometimes I think that, people born in the 21st century are just the worst. But that's my inner boomer speaking in me.
I think that your inner boomer is indeed speaking a lot on this issue, yes. Because generally I think that the political influence of politically idealistic teenagers or people who have been raised in a certain culture but who are fundamentally still peasants, is kind of overestimated by the boomer generation. because I think it's not so much that people of a certain generation came of age, or that a certain culture was planted before Trump came to power. I think if there was a political will, all these things could have been overcome or changed. The issue is what the really powerful people want, who created this culture in the first place. I think if Trump even had the intention of overcoming them, he certainly failed at that. The Shadow Adelsons, the Koch brothers, the Jeff Bezoses of this world, etc. I think it's them who are calling the shots in the United States and where it is going.
Well, that's I mean, you're not wrong, definitely, but what is left to us in this situation is, well, basically a huge inhalation of copium. We need to, latch to what we have left and to think what we can do with like a single rifle for 3 people in like in this like cheesy Western version of an Eastern Front, like World War II Eastern Front situation, because we're in this. And what can this be turned around? Well, my even more powerful take is that quite probably, BLM was the best thing that could have happened for Trump, because at least it's like a moment of truth. If this is not going at least some sense in the liberal boomers or the young Zoomers, nothing will. I don't know what else will. I don't know, like a complete collapse of the US.
Oh, I kind of agree with you, but I think, BLM is a good phenomenon culturally speaking, but the problem is that it's happening under a Trump administration, which it would be much better if it happened under a Biden administration, to be honest.
That would be glorious.
Yes, exactly,
Indeed.
because Trump extends too much hopium to the boomers and to the right wing, not just in America, again, because of the cultural influence of the United States. It's a worldwide phenomenon. People feel that they have someone who will take care of their problems. I think what would be the really glorious effect of a Biden presidency would be that it would drive the boomers to desperation. They would finally understand that they are oppressed, because now they think it's kind of deep state agents or whatever that are pulling out all of these machinations that make their lives worse and worse and worse, and they think that Trump is pushing back the darkness and is fighting for them in the White House, and that he's so alone, but they still think they have a champion up there in the government. If he is gone, if their arch enemy basically is in power, who they've demonized so much, then the boomer can finally begin to hate, which I think is what we should aspire to. Unfortunately, they are trapped in this two-party dialectic, and there is no way of pulling, especially the older generation, out of this. So it would be much more beneficial if you would just present them with an image of an enemy, and not with an image of someone they can get emotionally invested in, like Trump.
We could take a page out of Lenin's playbook, say that the worse it is, the better.
Yes.
And yes, we can treat the alleged blue wave, the alleged Biden presidency, as some sort of a divine plague sent up from the blue heavens to knock some sense into boomers, knock the fear of God back into them. But I mean, that's the only coping mechanism we have so far. My ultimate black pill is that if Trump wins, then he will be the last Republican president ever. unless the GOP cocks themselves to an abysmal extent.
Right. Why if he wins? Why not if he loses?
Well, I mean, if he loses, I mean, there could be a exceedingly small chance of a red revanche, so to speak, after a probably calamitous Biden presidency. If Trump wins and sits out the second term, Biden would have probably died, and AOC will be the Democratic candidate in 2024 with no one in the red camp to oppose her. Okay, you have probably established a pattern that I literally believe that AOC is the devil.
That might be. I don't know. I'm much more, in a way, I'm much more black-pilled about American politics. At least from a normie perspective, I'm black-pilled because, like, the normie perspective is that all these things are kind of important and have an influence on the way things are going to go. I personally think that American elections are largely a cultural spectacle, and they are important in that particular way. Culture is important, and spectacles are important. But fundamentally, I agree with our beloved President Putin, our great leader of the nation and father of all peoples of the world, that American presidents change, but policy fundamentally doesn't. I think the destiny of the American empire will play out on the geopolitical chessboard, and basically the developments of rising powers like Russia and China and regional powers like Turkey and Iran and things like that will fundamentally be the things that will decide the future of the United States as an empire, in the form that the United States exists right now. I don't think that, if Biden wins, we basically have a United States whose president is a vegetable. I don't know whether he will die within 4 years, but essentially we will have to say that the United States is literally ruled by a potato, and and nothing will change. They can be ruled by a potato, they can be ruled by a cat, they can be ruled by an Alaskan brown bear or something like that. No one gives a fuck. It will still continue to function the way it is functioning right now. But what will drive the change is the US's continuing failure to project power, basically, cultural, economic, military, etc. So I'm black-pilled about basically those elections and mattering at all.
Well, I mean, my main point of concern is that if the US enters a spiral of never-ending declines, which becomes like a vestigial power, just losing more ground and mind and internal problems, etc., etc. Well, when it finally bursts, that it wouldn't bury us under their remains, because okay, I won't spout, like traditional boomer terms like vacuum of power, like like a post-imperial consciousness, like a trauma of imperial collapse, etc., etc. But it's going to happen.
How will they deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen one way or another. And the thing is that basically in a post-American world, we need to, prepare ourselves for it, because this circus cannot last for long. They're finally going to snap
I agree. Also, whatever the post-American order or absence of order is going to look like, I think it's going to rather be an absence of order. It will be increasingly difficult to just grill, I think. I think
Absolutely.
I think the post-American order will basically be a nightmare world for boomers. It will be a hellscape.
Well, I got nothing. Like, because I'm you know, when I discuss the concept of empire with real red-blooded Americans, they are always offended by the term. They're always triggered in an ungodly way, because this term is pretty much anathema to them. Or they cannot grasp the concept that, okay, let's just use the terms as they are, okay, all right, without discussing like the minutiae. That America can be at the same time a democracy and an empire. They just cannot grasp this incredibly easy concept. Just look at, Athens or Rome or whatever. I mean, they had Athens had a small empire in the sense of like this maritime union. Rome, needs no further comment. And this very simple concept that you have a lot of stuff that basically relies on these Pax Americana. I just keep asking them, why doesn't Greece fight Turkey? Why doesn't Romania fight Hungary? Why don't they go to war with each other? That's because they are both working for you. Like the way Pax Romana works. Like why this barbarian tribe is not fighting that barbarian tribe? Because they are both Roman now. Like they both work for the big guy in the capital. Nothing's changed in 2,000 years. They also work for the big guy in the capital. There is no capital anymore. What's gonna happen? Like all of the old conflicts will flare up again. And this will be an interesting world to live in. And obviously this void will have to be filled by someone. And there is obviously a huge line like to fill this void.
Indeed. And it's a topic of great potential for speculation, basically, which could fill in hours and hours of content. And we could actually go there, but before we go there, European, are you restricted time-wise in any way? Do you want to stay on the stream?
Not really. Really.
Right. It would be actually great if you stayed, because the next guest I'm going to invite is Feshi Zizek, and I think the two of you would get along really well, because I feel there will be what's the fancy word for it? Jesus. I think you will be vibing together. Yeah. So,
alrighty then.
I would suggest we look at the numbers again and look at where we stand right now in terms of the election results, and then I will send a link to Feshi Zizek and invite him on.
Yeah.
By the way,
in terms of results,
I'm getting an echo from one of your microphones. Whatever. Okay. If someone changed something, change it back. So now it's better.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah. Now it's gone.
Right.
Perfect.
All right. So the thing is, nothing's really okay. A lot of things have nominally changed, but none really, because they've called
they called the West Coast
United
right
States of Canada for Biden. Obviously, they've given him Washington, Oregon, and California without even counting the votes. Really. So they're calling New Mexico for Biden.
I'm noticing something funny. The state of Montana, where Richard Spencer famously cast his vote for Joe Biden today, it's going for Joe Biden for now. Biden is leading by 4% in Montana.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's too early to call with just 19% of votes reported.
Yeah,
so
true.
Let's see whether the mechanism still works.
I would love if, of course, unrealistic, but if Montana was decided by just one vote and it was Richard Spencer.
Yes, that would be just glorious.
Yeah.
So they're still calling Virginia for Biden, even though it's a huge blue cope basically, because they've already counted like most of the urban areas.
Yeah, Virginia
No,
looks bad for Biden and good for Trump. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but there is like slight problem. Well, I think they're still giving Virginia to Biden because votes are counted very slowly in Richmond. I don't really know why. It's a huge urban area. They should count it very quickly, but they don't. They're starting with the hillbillies, probably just to give us a chance and then yank it from us. Well, let's see how it goes. So what's the rest? Ohio looking good. Florida, not much of a change, really.
The Rust Belt generally looks good for Trump, which is for now. They are like 50% of the votes counted, but it's an extreme surprise to me because I thought the Rust Belt would go more decisively to Biden. To be honest,
but the
one thing I would note is that we have to be cautious because early voting accounted for a huge proportion of the votes in this election due to obvious COVID-related reasons, and for various reasons, these early votes are actually tabulated generally after the votes start on the day. And as we know, there's a partisan divide between the people who would tend to early vote and those who would tend to vote on the day. So this is a pretty big factor, and it's expected to be an especially big factor in Pennsylvania.
Indeed, and let's not forget that in Pennsylvania, they still haven't counted much of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, which is a bad thing. It's they're obviously going to be overwhelmingly pro-Biden, and they've only counted at most a third of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. So let's wait. But also,
but you know what the good thing is, that the 269 scenario has suddenly become a lot more likely after Arizona was lost and Pennsylvania has come into play.
Indeed.
Yeah, Arizona, Biden is still going very strong in Arizona, so it looks like the one state in the United States where Latinos didn't listen to the Votar por Donald Trump song is Arizona.
Well, it could have been a result of liberal boomer exodus from California, where they finally left this shithole of a state because of the riots and the coup and the lockdown. And then they moved to Arizona and probably tilted the balance there. Could work like this. Could be
perhaps
a different factor, because it's very hard to estimate how the migration from New York and California affected the voting in other states.
Yeah, again, it was one of my central theses that one of the largest contributors to a possible Biden victory in this election would be liberals moving out of states like California and New York to states like Texas and Arizona and Florida. I was wrong about Florida. Like, Florida is very decisively pro-Trump, but Arizona, on the other hand, is probably will be called for Biden eventually. Another question for you guys. You're all more familiar with the regional specifics of the United States than me. I asked previously about Alaska. How about Hawaii? I think Hawaii is a traditionally blue state, but could it be in play for Trump? Is there any way?
No.
Not at
all.
It's literally, I believe it's literally the bluest state
really?
of all the states. Bluer than California.
And it's only 4 electoral votes.
Sorry, what?
It's only 4 electoral votes. It's not like a big number.
Yeah,
Alaska is 3.
Yeah, I was just curious, to be honest, because I don't know much about these particular territories of the United States. So yeah, I think we've analyzed.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. one thing I don't understand is I know it's only 58% counted, but why is Virginia still considered for Joe Biden? I look at Richmond, and Richmond itself is like it's saying 98.5% reported. I guess it's not fully counted yet. But
that's strange because on my map from New York Times, Richmond City is only 23% of votes reported.
Really?
Perhaps it's lagging behind or there is a glitch. I don't know. Okay, I'll
I have the same thing, 23% reported, and Biden leading 72% there. So
another thing is North Carolina in play for Biden, because they have 95% of votes counted, with Biden lagging behind by 1.3%. But again, I believe that doesn't include the mail-in ballots and stuff like that. So Trump's lead in North Carolina is very small. Could that be overturned by Biden still?
I mean, the New York Times, for what it's worth, is giving him a 95% chance in North Carolina now. So I wouldn't worry about it.
Are they giving a 95% chance to Trump or to Biden? Sorry.
To Trump.
All right. So
yeah,
they're giving a 95% chance to in North Carolina, 95% plus chance in Florida. Well, I mean, Florida is pretty much 99%.
Florida is extremely decisive this year.
And they're giving 83% in Georgia.
It will be very interesting to, once this is over, to analyze Florida more closely and look at the different counties and things like that, and in what way the voter dynamics changed, especially racially and stuff like that. Whether the Latino switching to the GOP actually was such a strong influence, or whether other trends also played into this. Florida is really the most interesting state for me in this election, the most surprising one, certainly.
Well, actually, what's interesting is that in Florida, I mean, I was looking at the statistics, and according to the exit polls, the Latinos, there was a 20 percentage point shift towards Trump amongst the Latinos, who are heavily Cuban.
Interesting.
As we know in Florida.
Also, what would be interesting to know is how much the black vote changed. Whether Trump managed to eke out a couple more percentage points of the
lowest black unemployment.
Lowest black unemployment, highest black turnout.
Well, based black men came out for Trump.
Perhaps, who knows.
I wanted to ask you guys, let's say Trump wins. Do you guys foresee in the next 6 months that awfuls begin to maybe increase yoga classes, like as a way of coping? Other than, are we going to see articles about how I turned inward and forgot about Trump?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because we did see something like this 4 years ago. Basically, in the first few weeks, there was I need an emotional support animal. I turn to plasticine classes, etc. Basically, the demand for copium went through the roof. And we're probably going to see some sort of a black pill among the libs, but not
I think as far as awfuls are concerned, I think the demons who live inside them will leave their flesh hull and start to entering the physical realm. And basically, we will need to revive the profession of exorcism again.
I remember a tweet of a woman in New York who kept a little doll of Obama in her purse, and how she said she would squeeze it to cope with what happened during the day as she walked through the streets. So I always remembered that.
What's your guys' take, generally speaking, on that? all this cult-like behavior we see, especially from liberal women, but from liberals in general in the United States, basically constitutes a heresy of Christianity, because it's really turned into cult-like, religious-like behavior, especially with regards to what we saw with these BLM riots and protests and things like that, where people literally received baptism on the not baptism but baptism on the spot where George Floyd died tragically and things like that. Are we observing a new Christian heresy?
Age, indeed.
A new Christian heresy that is manifesting itself in extreme shit liberty.
It's a literal millennialist, a millennial millennialist heresy.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, by the way, let me introduce our newest guest and addition to the panel. We are now joined by the legendary, the one and only Feshi Zizek, who is the best of the two Zizeks. But he's not from Slovenia, but he's a Serb, which means he's also a war criminal. So, Zizek, can you say something? Are you?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Здравствуйте. How are we all doing?
Добрый вечер.
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine. This is like my favorite cultural event of I don't know, all time, basically. Like the US election is always the most fun night for me, to be honest. Funnier than the Olympics or whatever else happens in the world. Like US elections always throw up all the existential questions in the world.
I mean, it's always very good spectacle, no?
Oh yes, indeed.
Which is all it is. I caught the end of your last guest and what he was saying. I really like his. He put it into words that I, didn't have at my disposal. But I kind of like his neo-Gramscian thesis about this being a kind of very good cultural spectacle. It's not about anything material. It's not about imperial policy. None of that is on the ballot. Obviously, all of that's decided somewhere else. But seeing a country kind of rip itself apart over I don't know, over something that isn't even going to change, like Roe v. Wade and their courts and stuff like this, which is all achieved a kind of stability where nothing changes except in very small increments. Everything's frozen. Even with huge changes in demographics, you can still have someone like Trump get elected a second time, which I don't know, looks to me like he has a good chance.
Yeah, that's also where I see it going, to be honest. Looks pretty good for Trump right now. And you're completely right. I recently posted something like US civil conflict essentially reminds of two retards engaging in a sword fight with foam swords, toy swords or something like that. So they're essentially fighting as if they are like Sunnis and Shiites, and it's an issue of life and death and heresy and orthodox belief and something like that, over absolute non-issues and over things that will not fundamentally change. And the population is divided along lines along which the elites are not divided and things like that. America is a very weird and incoherent place right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of what is 2020? It's boomer v boomer, but it's kind of it's dementia v mad cow, or senility or whatever, and and so I don't have anything political to say here about why I would prefer Trump to win. But I've been saying for weeks, I just think it would continue to be funnier. Not for Americans, obviously, for whom, he hasn't dealt very well with COVID. Richard Spencer, I suppose I take his point when he says, I would just prefer to have good, efficient, bureaucratic, liberal, managerialist statesman, maybe that would change something. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe you could make an argument against that. But I just think for those of us watching from the outside, this is worth it for the laughs.
For the laughs,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also my main motivation, essentially, in supporting Biden. Although I have to reiterate that for me, I'm not emotionally invested in either of those candidates, and not emotionally invested in American politics at large. As I recently said in a private chat, the only foreign country in whose politics I am emotionally invested is China and the Chinese Communist Party. So Daddy Xi Jinping is the only politician that I'm emotionally invested in. So whether Trump or Biden wins, it doesn't really matter. But for me personally, I think this year, whereas in 2016 it was really funny to watch the liberals melt down over the Trump victory, and I really liked Trump as a candidate as well in 2016. I think this year, like all the MAGA grifters that have formed around his particular personality cults, it will be much funnier to me. I will enjoy it much more, to be honest, to watch let's say Nick Fuentes meltdown than some random liberal cat lady. I've already seen the liberal cat ladies meltdown. I know how that looks like, but I want to see like Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Stefan Molyneux, people like that. Basically, I want to see them suffer morally, and I want them to engage in soul searching and an existential crisis, basically.
Okay, all right, look, here's where we disagree, because I don't think any of the people you just listed are interesting. Styx, Stefan Molyneux, all of these people.
Are random liberal cat ladies interesting? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's not really them. It's not really them that you even look at, if you want to see someone get pissed off about Trump, though. I mean, everyone's kind of pissed off about Trump. Okay, actually, let me be serious about this and say he's not just the kind of funny protest candidate or something like that. Yes, he's funny, and that's why if I were American, I guess I would vote for him. But on a more serious note, you should vote for Trump, because Trump is the real American archetype here. Like, voting for Trump is really coming home. It's being who you are. It's kind of accepting what America is. All of these, especially East Coast liberals, it's kind of like they look at Western Europe. I guess they've done this for the past 2-3 decades now. They look at it as a kind of more culturally evolved version of what America could be if they would just split off, the flyover states, the whole middle of the country. But they think that they're what America is, very civilized, upright, kind of Europeanized, socially liberal, libertines, which is what I think Western Europe really is. But that's not what America is. America is Trump. America is this total brashness. It is kind of, on the one hand, like this tall, kind of masculine figure, but then he gets up on stage and he like pantomimes a gay guy. He's kind of like, ooh, did you hear about Pavarotti? Like Pavarotti really liked me. Oh, he's such a diva. He's such a queen. He speaks like a gay man. He can pantomime a gay man on stage. That comes naturally to him. So, he is this kind of chimera that America itself is. And I just feel like if you're American, voting for anyone else when you have him on the ballot is it's kind of lying to yourself about what you are.
It's hard to disagree with that, because Trump is certainly much more endearing than any other US politician, especially if you don't question him politically or don't question the way he has ruled the country the past 4 years, etc. So basically, if you're still on the Trump train, his personality is certainly a magnet, basically, that attracts the essential American archetype, as you phrased it. But Trump is not the first one to be like this. Like, basically, he in this aspect, he is a reincarnation of Ronald Reagan, isn't he? Who was also like the true American archetype. But how much that is, how much value you can put into that aspect alone, I don't know. Also, I'm not American, obviously, so you were just making an appeal to actual Americans. For me, it doesn't hold much value, to be honest.
Yeah, look, I just look at Trump and I kind of think he's everything that's very from this kind of Europeanist perspective, this liberal perspective I've been describing. It's gross and it's very brash and it's overly concerned with money, and that's how they see him. It's very rude, it's not polite. But then the flip side of that is that he's kind of what I think is most likable about everyday Americans in one sense. Obviously, he's not like everyday Americans in that he's enormously rich, but he just kind of struts around. He actually thinks very pragmatically. I don't think the man has any kind of ethnic or racial, hatred or dislike. In a way, he doesn't care. He doesn't know about the rest of the world. He doesn't care about the rest of the world. He is an American. All he needs to care about is America. And all the people who hate him as a function of the fact that he doesn't hate America's theological enemies. He doesn't hate the barbarian Slavs. He doesn't hate, the Oriental East Asians who they increasingly suspect, are going to replace them as maybe not world hegemons, but major powers. He doesn't hate and despise these Arabs who cling to Islam and who, I don't know, need to be liberalized and defeated the way Catholics and Protestants have been. If he had these kinds of hatreds, and if he could turn on the same enmity that powers them, that motivates them, they would forgive everything else about him. They would forgive everything else. They would forgive him being rude. They would forgive the pussy grabbing. But instead, the deep state comes out against him, and all of these East and West Coast liberals come out against him because he doesn't hate the right people. It's a kind of Schmittian thesis, but I think it's right. Who your friends are is a function of who they hate, or anyway, whom they consider to be enemies. So my basic pitch for Trump hasn't changed. He doesn't consider Russia to be the enemy. I don't think he really considers China to be the enemy either. He thinks America's enemies are kind of internal. They think, well, he thinks America's enemies are his enemies. So, which is funny, which is good, maybe true. But yeah, I mean, it's the same argument really as 2016. That hasn't changed. It's a shame he hasn't been able to change any of this policy concerning America's enmities, but the machine's bigger than him.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's also hard to disagree with, and I also was swayed by his force of character and force of personality back in 2016. It's just that to me he has lost a lot of it after having watched him cuck really hard for 4 years to all sorts of despicable people, basically, and changing his rhetoric on the go again and again. So whereas in 2016 he looked like the god emperor, like someone who is taking on the establishment and draining the swamp and things like that, now he looks like an opportunist and like basically the pet dog of Jared Kushner or something like that. So I personally, I've just, as far as force of personality and character goes, I've just lost a lot of respect for Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, I mean, the old man, he's tired. This boomer is really tired. He's tired of being, crucified everywhere he looks. It's not just, his enemies in the US or whatever. It's kind of every respectable newspaper, every respectable intellectual establishment everywhere. Oh, what a rude person. Wouldn't we prefer anyone else to be American president? I think at some point, after giving these people all they wanted in terms of tax cuts and culture war stuff, I think a part of him really does have to, because I don't think he's particularly sophisticated as a thinker, even though he has good instincts, maybe. I think at some point it kind of dawned on him that, like, or maybe he's left asking the question, I don't know what to do. What will please you people? And the fact is, I guess it's too late for that. I mean, he's kind of everything they hate and everything they despise, but he can't even make them happy when he does the typical kind of neocon stuff.
Oh yes.
But as far as the neocon stuff goes, the neocon stuff goes, I mean, when he moved, when he recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital and things like this, in a way, it actually represents a kind of fresh surge of anti-neocon sentiment on the left, which is interesting in itself.
What's also interesting as far as Trump and his relationship to, the rest of the establishment goes, or the deep state, the media, etc., is not so much, they don't hate Trump so much for what he really represents as an actual politician. They don't really hate him for his actual policies, I believe, but they hate him for what he represents as an archetype, which, again, you've mentioned at the very beginning. I think they see him, and despite everything that he does politically, they just hate him for what his orange face represents, basically. It frightens them. I don't know.
I mean, maybe they also hate him because he can't tell the lie that they need to hear well enough for them to believe it. What they need now, at the end of a century, more or less, a century of being the hegemon or the hyperpower or anyway the largest power on earth. What they kind of need is for someone to tell them a lie or a series of lies that are believable, like, whatever it is we're going through, we'll make it through this, or the reason things are shit right now is because of some external enemy. It's not our own system. It's not the fact that we cannibalize our own children. It's the fact that, it's Iran or it's Russia or it's China or whatever, which is what liberals would like to believe. To save liberalism itself, Americanism, its blushes. He can't really tell these lies well enough. He can just go out and give these slogans which don't convince anyone who is kind of sufficiently brainy. They kind of convince Heartland supporters because he just goes out and says America's great, make America great again, keep America great, whatever the slogan is now. And that kind of prevents everyone from asking the question, why isn't America great anymore? I mean, or why is it in decline? Why do things seem so shit? What they want and what they need on both sides, they just kind of need for someone to express it in different language. But what they need on both sides of the political divide in the US is someone to tell them this lie. Biden tells the lie, or his administration would tell this lie, in a way that would make liberals feel better. He'd say, no, America still is number one. We still are the police state of the world. We are still the policemen of the world. We will work with our allies, but we are still more or less number one. We're the leaders of the free world. But he does it in a more polite and sophisticated way, and that's what they want. They want Obama again, basically.
Yeah, I agree with that.
In the heartland, they just want to hear America's still great. America's still great.
Yeah, and I think
both are lies. Sorry, both are lies. No matter which way you put it, one sounds more sophisticated, but both are really sad and easy to see through from the outside.
Those are great points, and I think this is why they emphasize about the problem of white supremacy. Liberals do honestly believe that if white supremacists in America weren't there, the rest of the world would begin to believe in America again, and that would fix the situation, essentially, right? And Russia is looked at as some kind of a bastion of white supremacy or something that empowers white supremacy in America. But it is that crazy.
The
like, at least
left-wing
Trump is
fantasy Putin.
yeah. Oh, of course. But I think Trump is at least kind of honest when he points the finger at China, even though that was America's doing. That if he could restructure the relationship with China and bring manufacturing back to America, that it would, that it would have a chance. But I mean, that message doesn't appeal to liberals at all. Would you think they would be pragmatic enough to accept that, given how pragmatism is such a strong component of American intellectual thought? So, I mean, he kind of has done the best he could in trying to convince them of that, but then they'll just say, well, that's just racism. Because that's such a default position for everything about America, which is why they'll have to say that, well, America's too white supremacist, like it's almost like it's a religious tenet. If we had more power over these white supremacists, we would actually benefit more as a country. It would happen in some divine providence.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, I have to say I'm kind of sick of making this point because I never set out to be a third worldist, but the point Stan's making again and again, because apparently liberals really don't understand. The reason I take it that the reason they really dislike the out and out minority of people who are white supremacists, who think that there's something that attaches to white DNA or whatever, or the spirit of the white race, that means that only they can succeed in this very special and unique way. Maybe only they're capable of civilization. Everything we have them to thank for. That the structure of that same argument is exactly what they use. They just take out the racial elements of it, and they allow the kind of racial elements to fade into the background. Because again, you can say we want to conquer the world. Maybe we want to make it more like us, because that would be a more compassionate world. That would be a better world. It would be more beautiful because it would be more white. Or you can say, well, we know that the world has a huge, a huge mixture of religions, ethnicities, faiths, customs, ways of being in the world. If you want to get Heideggerian, there are all these ways of being in the world. We basically want to bulldoze all of this and give you all Western-style, liberal, democratic capitalism or something along those lines. I think that argument is a white supremacist argument, even if you didn't mention race.
Wait. Are you saying that Dems are the real racists?
It's not Dems. It's not Dems. It's the Anglo mindset whereby they can't look at the world without needing to see themselves reflected in it.
I understand that, but that's also why they argue for like a more multicultural America, because in a way they see like they have to pattern like the world doesn't have a double, it doesn't have a twin, and in a way America's messianic drive, they feel the necessity to reflect this. Like America itself has to become a kind of second Earth, a kind of microscopic Earth. They have to prove to the world that everything that you just said now is possible. It can work, and this is why I say that like white supremacists are holding America back. That I mean, it's skewed. I understand how crazy it is, but that is why, right? Because it doesn't look like a success story, and they believe that the world yearns for this.
Well, to them, I mean, kind of like you just said, America is it's a multiracial country. Maybe in one sense you can say it's multicultural, because it's enormous, because it's an imperial entity. It took in New England, and it took in French speakers in New France, and it took in Spanish speakers elsewhere, and then it took in the rest of the world and African slaves and all the rest of it. But of course, to these people, culture, all what they mean when they say culture is like cuisine, or like the way you choose to dress when your wardrobe reflects the world, and you just pick something out and you are dressed like an African for the day, and but it doesn't involve anything like a genuine being in the world. It doesn't involve being fixed and belonging in a certain place and time, having a certain inheritance, and also, so basically, what I'm saying is that to these people, I think this is another topic, but it's kind of interesting. To them, because their theology is really all that's important, or it's what's most important, they couldn't allow something as full-fledged as a real concept of culture or real culture studies or just a serious perspective on the constellation of things that we call culture to intrude onto that. Because then they would have to recognize, hey, what does a real culture involve? Well, first of all, it involves drawing a horizon which excludes some things. That is what a culture is. It is an exclusion. It doesn't matter to me whether you say it's organic and natural and it arises out of the spirit of the race, or whether it's ultimately artificial and historical and contingent, which is what I think it is. I think Nietzsche was right about that. But the point is, a culture is always exclusionary, which is why it's ridiculous to describe anything like American culture. America is a theology. America is like a living theology and a marketplace. But to say that it has a culture which is somehow incapable of drawing in and incorporating absolutely everyone in the world is ridiculous. And that's why I say it kind of doesn't have a culture. It just has this open marketplace which can commodify absolutely anything that it needs to absorb. And so actually my reaction to the end of your question is to say it's not that they dislike these more narrow, you could even say Anglo-Saxon white supremacists, and from the 19th century, like race science people, and then the people who succeed them now as kind of just plain white Americans. It's not so much that they hate them because they're holding America back, because America has been successful. That's the kind of horrifying thing. It's not that, oh, look, they're trying to absorb the world, they're trying to make everyone a fat American like them, and obviously they're doomed to failure. Well, no, actually, they've achieved a lot of success in doing that. That's what's more horrifying than anything else, to me.
No, I mean, I realize that America, I mean, take a look at the election, right? So this is basically like America after the 2000s is like proof that an empire can also be clown world, and it can like run the world, right? I'm thinking more in lines of Baudrillard's idea about like, that which is like singular cannot be exchanged for something else. And America's sort of internal messianic message is that everyone is capable of being an American. And it doesn't need the component of culture necessarily, because as you said, it's more of a theology. And so if America unconsciously is the world, right, then it can be exchanged, because now there are two worlds.
I would add that if we are talking about American success, then me coming more from a geopolitical and hard power analysis kind of perspective, that's the things that I like to analyze more. We should not speak so much of the success of the American theology, as you so pointedly called it. It's just that America, unfortunately for the rest of the world, had the great fortune of being founded on a continent with like the best agricultural soils, that is protected by two oceans, and that has attracted very high human capital in general, and that has every imaginable natural resource within its borders. It's that's a fundamental problem of America itself. If we are looking at it from a European perspective, then in whatever direction America changes, even if it's, let's say, becomes based overnight or whatever, let's just admit some white supremacist fantasy where white supremacy is restored, America is a based traditionalist country now, it will still forever remain a problem for Europe, because it and for the rest of the world, because it unnaturally shifts the balance of power, which is very fragile on our continent, because it's simply just such a behemoth. I would argue that if the Soviet Union found itself in the same kind of, or let's say the United States had a Soviet ideology, exactly the same thing. I mean, it would also be a success, simply due to its stats, basically, due to its starting stats. If we were looking at it from the point of some kind of game, some civilization game, right? So American Sovietism would also be successful. I don't think that neoliberalism is fundamentally an ideology to look up to if you want to achieve civilizational success, not even in the short term. I just think world history, unfortunately, was very unlucky with the discovery of the New World, to be honest.
That's interesting. I would maybe flip that on its head a little bit and suggest that really that's a more kind of subset of the problem that Anglo-Saxons have always had the benefit of being surrounded by water, more or less, which means they can't be attacked head on. They can't be attacked by land. That was the case with Britain, which was enormously lucky to be, the only comparably large island on the European landmass. And so to have a kind of European technology, European theology, all the things that caused Europeans to go searching and exploring and colonizing the world as they did, and to do it more successfully than anyone else. No, if through some weird, alternate historical lens, Russia had become the liberal hegemon of the world island, I think whatever consolidated itself into, onto the landmass of North America as, a later colonial project, I think it would still, in a way, be more powerful, just because it can't really be attacked.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point.
It can't really be attacked.
I agree 100%. Yes.
Where they are, it's fascinating. Where they are means that they can. You don't have to go that far back in history, but in the early 19th century, was it? The Monroe Doctrine was basically a unilateral decision by the Monroe administration and I guess the intellectuals surrounding him to say, you European colonizers, you basically have to understand that anything that happens in the Western Hemisphere is a business of the United States of America. And basically, we will think of any European involvement on our side of the planet. So that is to say, their sphere of power is one whole half of the planet, one whole hemisphere. Anything that happens here is something we will regard as our business and more or less as an attack on us. At some point later on, that kind of demarcating line flipped on itself, and this is always something I've been fascinated about writing about and elaborating on, because I don't think anyone's done it enough. But instead of a line saying, you in the Eastern Hemisphere, you must keep out, the line stayed where it was, but it flipped conceptually so that the idea was, you in the Eastern Hemisphere are something we must invade. Those ideas that we Americans fled across the Atlantic to escape, absolutism, monarchy, unenlightened Christianity, all this kind of stuff, we must re-invade you to make you more American. So it's no longer that you in the old world, you have no business in the new world, you must not cross the line of the Monroe Doctrine. It's that we must go out and find these monsters to slay, if I can paraphrase Americans themselves, whoever it was, Jefferson, who said that. you are now fundamentally our business. It's our business to civilize you the way you thought you were civilizing the rest of the world.
Yeah. Yes, I do agree with everything. And interestingly, in a very long term, in a truly historical perspective, American neoliberalism might actually be a blessing for the rest of the world, in that by creating this kind of multicultural landscape, by creating a very incoherent tapestry geographically, etc. That finally, that's maybe the only thing that could ever happen that would open up the possibility of a Balkanization of the United States, because as long as the United States and Canada can be kept together as one entity, it will always be extremely difficult to challenge its hegemony, which can basically only be done by some kind of Eurasian geopolitical bloc, right? But if we want to kind of return to the fragile balance of power, traditional balance of power of the European continent that I've mentioned before, America must be Balkanized, and the only way towards it is basically by what they are doing right now.
That's interesting. I mean, that's been the dream of very many kind of geopolitical rival thinkers to the United States.
That's not a prediction, by the way. I'm just, speculating philosophically, let's say.
Yeah. I don't know if such a thing would be possible. Just because WASPs are no longer in control of the United States in an important sense. I mean, they're kind of the last generation of WASPs are very, very old, who kind of had total control over the intelligence agencies, the military, and so on. Now it's starting to become a lot more mixed. Their corporate executives, their bankers are starting to become a lot more multicultural or multiracial, whatever. But, in a way, it's kind of been a success. People are going to hate me for saying this, maybe especially kind of white nationalists in the US, but the success of Britain, the success of the English, has always been that they kind of got what it meant. They really understood what it meant to compete for control of the earth, and that staying within a little box marked, this is pure English identity, or this is pure American identity, and the only people who can be allowed in are white. Eventually that logic is bound to break down. And the Anglo-Saxon strategy has always been, well, no, we have to seek new lands to conquer and settle and colonize and eventually let the world into, because why Australia, Canada, America, obviously most importantly, are so successful is because they represent enormous marketplaces. They were incredibly productive. Now they're facing a bit of a problem because they hit up against, they've hit up against a bit of a snag, which is that you can let in the world which you colonized and tried to impose an imperial order onto. But if they still retain a sense of their own identities as distinct from you, obviously there's going to be resentment. So in a way, what I'm kind of trying to say is that I'm not sure, but I think it could turn either way, whether or not they succeed in making this, so to speak, maybe not a new American century, but a new Anglo-Saxon century, whether they really succeed in kind of absorbing all the races of the world into a new American or Australian or British, whatever identity, an identity without internal racial lines, and just saying what it means to be British, spiritually Anglo-Saxon, liberal, is you belong to and you interface with our global marketplace in the right way. And if they manage to do that somehow, I'm not saying that would be good for them, I'm not saying it would really be good for anyone, but it would give their empire a lease on life.
That is interesting, but I think that all those Anglo countries, especially the colonial ones, so the United States and Australia, New Zealand, etc., they're not exactly going in a in a multicultural and multiracial direction. It's of course what they present themselves at, right? But we don't observe true multiculturalism. We do observe quite explicit anti-whiteness, to be honest. So basically, they are going towards a future where specifically one race and only one race will no longer be part of that imperial tapestry, if you will. So it's more going to look like not the way the United States looks like now, but something like South Africa maybe, which was also an Anglo colonial project, right? So isn't South Africa basically the way this civilizational approach will play out? Because, you know, South Africa could also have been tried out as a multicultural nation, but as we know, once apartheid fell, it turned into an anti-white nation.
But look at the one big difference. I would say, go back to what you were talking about in terms of geopolitics. If you sit away from the world island and you're not connected continentally to whatever, Eurasia or Africa in this case, that's not really a problem for you. I understand trying to get into their heads and get into their shoes. I kind of understand why Anglo-Saxons here, or whatever, Anglo-Celtic, white Americans, Australians, Canadians, New Zealanders, Brits, I understand why they feel like, oh, we're being invaded. But, you know, they still constitute more than 50% of the population in their respective states. Yes, that's changing, but it's really not like having, you know, it's really not like having...
It's not so much about the physical numbers of European people in all those countries, but just look at the ideological discourse in the universities, in the papers, etc., etc. We don't see this...
or in the corporate world.
Yeah, and especially in the corporate world, exactly. We don't see this. We don't see a multicultural message at all. We see anti-white messages most of all, and quite explicit ones, especially in the last 4 years. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I surmise this is why people would just be pissed off by what I say. In the most part, I guess they suspect I'm a kind of crypto leftist or something.
No, I'm not alleging anything.
I'm not saying.
Like this.
I'm not saying this about you. I just mean in general. It's kind of, as I say, I could see something like this going either way. I'm not saying that these societies will remain free of violence and assimilate all of these people.
I could actually see at least a longer way forward for all these countries if they tried actual multiculturalism, if they tried actual anti-racism that would try to create equality and equality between the races, etc. But that is just not what I'm observing. I'm observing that they are trying to overturn the social hierarchy, if you get what I'm saying. So it's not striving towards equality, it's striving towards changing the power structure top down.
Or one way to put it is, it's not striving toward color blindness and the fact that we are all American because we have an American passport, but it's striving towards, you know, we must purify the American experiment by getting rid of the white people. I think the chances for violence are excellent, as we've seen this year. The chances for racial violence, but also, you know, maybe separate out the rest of the countries I mentioned from the US, because the US has always been a special case, not just its size, but, you know, it kind of started out as a race war from the very beginning, and it's always been that. It's just been a temporally extended race war, which had, you know, little episodes of more or less calm, and then you have a flare up, and then you have a war, and then more calm, a civil war, and then some more calm, and then a flare up like this one again. And maybe that's just its fate. It's kind of bound into this spiral.
Yes, I can see that, yeah.
I mean, one of the things I see is the way, like, other races that have come into the West kind of understand, and a lot of people, you know, maybe a lot of whites also understand what they understand, which is they understand, like we were talking about the geopolitical positioning of Anglo-Saxon states, and Mackinder talked about this too, about having a chain of islands that would be able to patrol the world, and so to speak, and that they would be difficult to assail. In a way, people who have come to the U.S. who are not European, not Anglo-Saxon, kind of understand why that's advantageous, and it's kind of like learning a technology. It's kind of like the Chinese figuring out American technology and using it to their advantage. I do agree with Vile that like there is definitely like a repositioning taking place, and it is definitely top down. So there must be a belief that the success can still continue, and will probably continue better if that's possible. If this great change can happen.
Perhaps.
And that means demographically in high positions. So in a way that's like, you could argue that's the most American thing to say, right? Because then it still comes down to values and ideas. We're a nation of ideas. Again, a kind of a theology.
I guess one thing maybe to watch, I don't know if this is really an answer to the question exactly, but one thing to kind of watch is whether the next generation of neocons or American apparatchiks, American liberal intellectuals, whatever, whether the next generation of them are not what they have been up to now, which is basically solely Anglo-Saxons, maybe some Germanics, and Jews, who married into that establishment, especially after the Second World War. And whether or not that kind of intellectual establishment, which provides the kind of policy for the US empire, expands outward and it begins to be filled by Indians and yes, African Americans and Arabs and so on, and whether or not it remains the same, whether or not it remains kind of flinty, neocon, unapologetically American, we must liberalize the whole world, we must do so by bombs, or if that's not appropriate, we must do so through sanctions. Or if that's not appropriate, we have to gently embrace you, maybe wait for a few decades of capitalism and pornography to do its work, and then you will be sufficiently like us anyway that there won't be argument. That's something that should be watched, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
maybe that'll be successful.
I do.
I mean,
agree.
they're banking on it.
Marshall.
Huh?
Roots, Grant.
Sorry, what?
This is an election night live stream. Everything we've talked about since I came on was geopolitical. So, what's the vote look like?
I was just about to say we should look at the map again, and after that, I already wrote to him. I will see whether he writes back, and in the next few minutes, we would then have Zero Schizo on as our last guest. Yes. And by the way, after Zero Schizo, maybe that will be another segment for 1 hour or so. But then we would have 5 hours. I think it would be it would be sufficient for today, basically, because it's 8 a.m. in St. Petersburg. But anyway, for now we are going to look at the map again. So I'm turning on the screen mode again, on again for the viewers. Actually, the map hasn't changed at all since the last time we looked at it. No other state has been called yet. However, I think it increasingly does look like Trump will win the election unless mail-in voting is going to unexpectedly turn some states, because his lead in the Rust Belt has extended it. It's pretty solid. He's 56.7% in Pennsylvania. He has a tight grip on Ohio with 53.3%, where 89% of the votes are already counted. Michigan also very solid, 54.4%, but just 50% of the votes counted there. It also looks like now he has gained a lead in Montana. Last time we looked, Biden was ahead by 2 points in Montana, but now Trump is leading by over 4 points in Montana. Looks like Richard Spencer's vote didn't change much, I guess.
Spencer BTFO. Huh?
Yeah, Spencer BTFO, indeed.
It looks like Trump's going to retain North Carolina and Florida.
Yeah, North Carolina is pretty sure going for Trump, and Florida has been pretty decidedly pulled by Trump very early in the evening. So yeah.
Is it the same with Texas? There was so much talk about how Texas might go blue, but
no. Texas was overcome. It's now Trump is now a 6-point lead in Texas. Texas will remain red this year, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So I ran the numbers, and Trump actually, as of now, has the same 52% in Texas that he had 4 years ago. The reason, because it looks a bit more dangerous, is that Hillary had only 42. She had a couple of percent eaten up by third-party candidates. Now Biden has basically gobbled up those third-party voters, but the Trump percentage remains basically the same 52%.
2020 didn't have the charismatic libertarians that 2016 had.
Indeed.
Have we already figured out what Aleppo is in those last 4 years?
So the Virginia flip isn't working out, unfortunately. There is too much clout in the big cities for the blues.
Yeah. Biden is leading in Virginia now. Arizona will probably remain blue, I suppose. But again, Montana flipped to Trump. Biden, I think, to win, he needs to pull at least one of the Rust Belt states. But it looks pretty bad right now. I don't know whether it's going to change. For example, in Michigan, only 50% of the ballots are counted now. I don't know whether that's favorable or unfavorable for Biden. That depends on where they have been counted already. And frankly, I don't know what effect, again, the mail-in ballots will have this year. It's something we weren't dealing with last year, at least not in this with these proportions. Sorry, not last year, in 2016, I mean. Therefore, I think Biden still has a path to victory for sure. For sure, he needs to pull just one of the Rust Belt states, and we can't decisively call all of them for Trump at this moment. But yeah, Trump is performing better than I would have expected. I will gladly admit that.
I only have 2 observations to make, not related to the numbers, but I just saw in the latest updates, in some places, vote counting is kind of closing down, and vote counters are going home for the night. So they won't finish tonight, and they have to pick up tomorrow.
I guess so. I guess so as well.
I don't understand, because in a country where the elections last 4 years, as soon as one election is done, the next election cycle starts, and it's half of what they talk about, and it's what they spend hundreds of billions of dollars on, and it's what a huge part of their economy is. All the staffers, all the intellectuals, all the people who crunch numbers, all the journalists. How is it that they just go home? Is it asking too much? Are there people who are not going to stay awake and be paid to count votes? Don't most of these Americans just go home and not sleep anyway? Don't they just frantically masturbate, to some kind of really hardcore pornography? Is it that hard to find people who are going to count your votes throughout the night?
Yeah,
it's a contradiction of a country. And the second observation is also a contradiction. Just looking at this map again, it's kind of like, the lines of the states really don't fit. I know this is a bit spuggy of me, but it's kind of like Wyoming is a square, and you know, in a way, none of this makes sense for a country that kind of for a country that vacillates really wildly between we are the embodiment of the Enlightenment, we are pure rationality, everything should be straight lines, and on the other hand, kind of, you know, barely contained racial violence. It should be one or the other, shouldn't it? You know, they should have had wars over all of these borders.
True.
There should be no straight lines on this map.
I don't know. That's something I don't have any hot takes on, to be honest. I haven't considered that. But California has the most autistic shape, to be honest. It looks like, you know, if Croatia was more autistic, that's how California looks like, kind of.
Yeah, or a much fatter Chile.
Oh yeah, true. Also, California belongs to Russia. I want to mention that as well. I've already said that, you know, Alaska should not go for either Trump or Biden. It should go for Putin, and if not for Putin, then for Jeb Bush. But
Jeb.
Yeah, the same goes for California. How do you guys think? How much chances does Jeb have to win this election? Does Jeb still have a path to victory?
Jeb can still do it. It's probably happening right now.
I guess so too. I guess all of those people who mailed in their ballots, they've all written in Jeb, basically. Either Jeb, or I am very, very disappointed that Kanye West didn't actually run as a independent candidate. I really would have liked to see how many people would have unironically voted for Kanye. Certainly, if I lived in the United States, I would have voted for Kanye West.
Yes, I also would have. Didn't he make it onto the ballot in not every state, but a few states?
Yeah, I remember something like this as well. I think like in 4 states or so, he's on the ballot, I think.
Neera Tanden and all of these people were losing their minds because, you know, it was going to draw away the black vote. And I think that's actually not true. Most black people would vote for Biden because they kind of, you know, black people in the US kind of went for Clinton as well, because if you're a white politician, like a very old, tall white guy, you immediately have the black vote if you will just like pick up a black baby and give them like a full kiss on the head. Like black people in the US really like that. But then you have like very lily white wasps who are obviously afraid to touch black skin, and and that's not good. So I don't know. I don't think they would have voted for Kanye. It would have been all the white hipsters, like me. I would have voted for Kanye.
I would have totally voted for Kanye if I was an American. Unironically, I mean, being you know, politically cynical.
Okay.
For that, right?
The New York Times has just called Ohio for Trump. Ohio is a done deal.
Yes, they did. Indeed. Interesting.
Okay.
I'm still wondering why they still haven't called Northern California, for example.
Well, I mean, on my map they have. So California is called for Biden. New York is called for Biden. The most interesting...
sorry. I mean, North Carolina. Sorry.
No, it's still a bit too narrow. I mean, theoretically, I think that's mostly because theoretically Biden can still win. The margin is like 80,000 votes. Jesus, it's very small.
Yeah.
And what haven't they counted in North Carolina? So Charlotte's almost done. Greensboro, Raleigh, Fayetteville. I think they've. Yeah, there is an incredibly slim chance, but there is one. Speaking of which, there is a small chance of a hillbilly surprise in Minnesota.
Oh, they called Colorado for and New Mexico
Colorado
for Biden.
Is pretty bad. Unwinnable, basically. So Minnesota can turn red if they count the rednecks right. A lot of the hillbilly counties are not counted yet, or like counted with like 20%. And Minneapolis is counted like almost 100%. Yeah, 94. So the blue resource is almost depleted, while there is a huge untapped hillbilly resource which will vote for Trump. But again, it might not be enough. I mean, Minnesota is like a small Illinois, whereas there is an enormous cocked urban center surrounded by a red sea of based hillbillies.
Yeah.
If you look at Illinois, there is like this huge, enormous blue island of Chicago and red everywhere.
Yeah, indeed. But I can now, I have now the privilege to introduce our latest and last guest of the evening, which is our Nazbol comrade from the Andes, the Peruvian partisan Zero Schizo. Welcome to the stream.
I had to do it, man. I had to. You knew it.
I could have guessed that. Yeah, you were always trying to trigger me with that. Like he's the most how to say it, Jesus, the most unrelenting Slav poster basically on Twitter. So
Yes.
all the bad Slav jokes I hear them from him like 10 times a day. But that's because he is a Slav in his heart. I think he is squatting on the mountains where he lives, something like that.
Точно.
So, Zero, what's first of all, your prediction for where this entire shit show is going, and then second of all, who would you like to see as the next emperor of the global Homo Empire?
Well, according to what I have been reading, which is basically how this election is going with the voting stuff, because many states have very obscure laws to just cast a vote. So that in itself complicates lots of things. The other thing is at the moment that we have is the COVID reactivation at the moment. So we have to take into consideration these two things. But
Yeah.
anyway, seeing that, I feel that it's gonna get into a tie between the two at some point.
So 269 to 269. Yeah, that's what what all of us are looking forward to. Yeah.
Yeah, and at the end, it's going to be decided by one of these institutions, the Electoral College, I believe it is. Just like last time.
I hoped it would be like a rap battle between Kanye West and some liberal rapper.
I really hope the Supreme Court. I really hope it goes before the Supreme Court and they give it to Trump. That would be the ideal outcome.
Jesus, that would cause such extreme cat lady
That
butthurt. I don't know,
would
man.
tick every box.
Yeah, it would. Schizo, I have another question. Who do you think would Kim Jong-un vote for in this election?
Obviously, for his buddy Trump.
True, actually true. Yeah, he has actually. Trump is the first U.S. president in quite a while since Bill Clinton, I think, to speak to any North Korean leader. Bill Clinton spoke to Kim Il-sung, I think, right?
Yeah, I believe something like that happened. Or maybe if someone tells him that he can vote anyone, he probably would vote for what was this basketball player guy?
Yeah, Dennis Rodman. I was just about to say.
Yeah, Dennis Rodman.
I hope the 2024 election will be Dennis Rodman versus Kanye West or something like that. One thing that is very regrettable about US elections in the past 20 years, I guess, is that for 20 years we haven't seen any candidate who was not a boomer. I would really like to see any politician rise to that position who is simply from another generation, because I don't know, it would introduce some interesting variables.
Oh no, not AOC, not AOC. Be careful what you wish for.
Well, who is a, I don't know, based Xer or based millennial in the United States?
There isn't Nick Fuentes, obviously.
I
I think we're ready for our first Latino president.
I was just about to say maybe Richard Spencer could be the first Gen X president or vice president. He should actually be the vice president of Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden has picked the wrong vice president.
By the way, before we continue, I want to give a shout out to Mediterranean peasant.
Mediterranean peasant. Constantine, who has unfortunately already left us. I mean, he has not left the world of the living, but he has left the stream.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's nice to see a fellow Med interacting with a fellow Slav.
Oh yeah. Well, technically speaking, I think GSP is also a Med and a Slav at the same time, kind of, sort of.
Oh.
I'm not Moldavian.
Well, I mean, you're a direct descendant of Alexander the Great, so that should count.
Yeah, of course.
What else is there to discuss? I think we are going for the last 40 minutes of this entire stream. After that, I would leave it at that, because as Feshi Zizek already said, it's unlikely that we are going to get any definite results until tomorrow, actually. So we cannot stream for like 12 more hours or something like that. That would be too ridiculous even for me. And in the last 40 minutes, I don't know, let's discuss all the questions we left out so far. Meme questions, serious questions, anything you guys want to speak about. The only thing I can think of that we could add to the discussion is, for how likely do you think is it that Joe Biden is literally going to die while he's the vice president? While he's the president.
Kamal is going to kill him. But kind of like serious and not serious question, my friend. I want to ask you, what do you think? Let's imagine tomorrow that Russians can actually vote for president of the United States.
Yeah.
What do you think would be effective to get them on board?
To get them on board with what?
With any of the candidates.
Gee, that's hard to say, because right now the sociology shows that actually most Russians would vote for Trump, but that's because I think, every generally right-leaning country has a majority that would vote for Trump, I suppose. It's hard to say why exactly people prefer him. Although most Russians also say that both candidates will be about equally bad for Russia, so to speak. So Russians don't put much hope in any election outcome. Russians basically don't give a fuck. Again, as Putin also says, like, the US presidents, they do change, but the policies they don't. And I tend to agree with that position. So Russians, as I also said earlier on the stream, Russians should be like me in this regard. We should not be emotionally invested in US politics at all. We should be emotionally invested in the Chinese Communist Party, which is much more promising, to be honest, and much more rewarding to be emotionally invested in. I mean, if we're going to speak about xenopatriotism, I know there are meme lords out there who who will isolate this part and then accuse me of being basically a Chinese agent, which is completely right. I'm paid by the Confucius Institute. That's the only reason why I'm even on Twitter. So the Confucius Institute pays me a lot of money to radicalize 500 people who follow me on Twitter into being Chinese communists, basically. Primarily, of course, your heart should always be with your own nation, and I'm just observing the American election because of the entertainment value, to be honest. I like commenting on US politics merely for the entertainment value. Emotionally, of course, I'm mostly invested in Russia itself and our God Emperor Putin. And then as far as xenopatriotism goes, it's of course Daddy Xi Jinping, who is my second most favorite politician.
Chairman of the universe.
Yes. Chairman of the hearts, of course.
Yeah, because for example, if Trump would, let's say Peruvians can vote tomorrow, and if Trump would want us to vote for him, he just want to say that Pisco is Peruvian and fuck Chile. That's the only thing.
Oh well, if you're asking the question like this, I think if Russians were to support one of the U.S. Presidential candidates, he would have to do nothing more than to say that Ukraine is not a real country. That would be a return to common sense. as far as our neck of the woods is concerned, yeah. So what else have we not discussed today?
Maybe you can actually clarify one thing for me, because I haven't read up on these particular states, but it looks to me like, okay, Montana's gone red. Iowa looks like it's going to be a win for Trump.
Yeah,
but
Montana
what about
for Trump? Yeah.
What about Pennsylvania and Michigan? These two are two of the states in which they're going to start to count mail-in ballots, which are going to be mostly blue, at some point later on. Yes, so there's going to be some kind of fuckery around that, and that
will be the decisive moment of the entire election, I believe, because if Biden pulls either one of those states, he won, I guess.
You know, like, here's the thing. It's understandable in one sense that we all tune in for the American elections, because they are better than any other eletion stage anywhere on Earth. Totally. They're more entertaining. They have long experience in televising it and hooking you on and making you absorb every moment.
It's basically the best Netflix show.
Yeah. And also, like, therefore also drawing it out. Like, it's going to be a cliffhanger tonight. You're not going to know how it turns out. You have to wait a day, maybe a week. Maybe it goes to the courts. Who knows? And so, but ultimately, here's the question I actually want to ask. Maybe it's a bit of a meme question, but also real. If Trump just ends up getting it again, you basically just have this, like, established pattern where if you look through history, you just see that it's very rare. It's almost impossible for an incumbent to lose, which means that half of their elections by definition are no longer interesting because you know how they're going to turn out. So what is it that keeps attracting us to this shit? Even as we know it doesn't matter. Like, nothing in terms of imperial policy, not much in terms of economics, global markets, turns on these elections.
Yeah, the fact that those elections don't matter has been a dominating theme throughout the entire evening, throughout this entire stream. I think every guest, and including myself, of course, has said that nothing of this matters, but it's just very, very entertaining.
I think you have to understand that the world has changed since Gamergate.
Nothing's the same anymore.
It really is about making the people you hate cry. That's all it is. If you can lend a hand,
it's all about ethics in gaming journalism. Still.
Yeah, I mean, Gamergate is still going to be a relevant thing in 2030. Wait, hot take? More relevant.
Oh, indeed. Well, I would say about the United States election is that there are two things that, well, more than two things, but two things that come to mind that make them particularly interesting as compared to any other elections. First of all, the kind of personalities that run for the office itself. No, let me start even earlier. The fact that the election itself is dragged out into two phases. So where you have the primaries, which are kind of pre-election, right? And then you have the proper elections, which other countries don't have. They don't do primaries, right? Primaries actually tend to be kind of more interesting than the proper elections, because there you see competition not so much along ideological lines or along demographic lines or whatever, but along personality lines, which American elections have a very strong personality aspect, right? So that gives them an additional show aspect. Other elections don't have that. And the other thing I would say is that usually the people who run for office, in America, they're kind of, I don't know, more folksy, I guess, because Americans are one of those people who want their politicians to mirror themselves. Whereas in Europe, you basically want the competent bureaucrat to be your political leader. In America, you want your fellow hillbilly to be your president or something like that. That always makes them kind of more endearing, kind of more interesting to follow. It creates this reality TV aspect around American politics, whereas in Europe it's much more autistic. Sorry, what?
America is reality TV.
Yeah, America is reality TV. All of it, like even the BLM rights are fundamentally reality TV.
Yes.
How? Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? Because if you just think about, they even have for some states they even elect their judges, right?
Yeah.
Which means that if you really think about it, think about not only the fact that there are 50 states, and not only do they elect the president, of course, and their federal Congress and Senate, etc., but then they also elect all their own state houses, and some of them are bicameral as well. So they have to elect two houses to legislate, and their freaking mayors and their city councils and their judges. And not only that they have to elect them, but that they have to stage primaries for at least half of those smaller elections. If you think about the scale of electioneering in that country, you understand that democracy, it's a spectacular thing for capitalism in general. I mean, it creates an entire labor and material marketplace. If tomorrow you were just to have an American Caesar who said no more elections, what would that cut? 30% of the economy immediately? Just 30% of economic activity ceases?
America is also probably the only country in the world, and it does make sense because it is in some way the successor of the Roman Empire, of course. America is the only country in the world where we see Roman decadence in politics in its very best expression, like the kind of corruption, the kind of hyper-capitalist, hyper-marketing nature of American politics. It does have that air of, Caesar Augustus running for office and offering to all the people who, or to all the senators who vote for him or whatever, to pay them 1 year of free visits in the whorehouse or something like that. I don't know. It's just it has something ridiculous and decadent about it.
It does resemble Rome, and there is something very you could say there is something very decadent. But the only thing I disagree with you on there is that Roman decadence was really something to behold, or like late stage Egyptian civilization, the monuments the parties they must have put on, the art they produced, the pointless things they spent on. God, it must have been glorious to behold. But here is a country which has effectively ruled the world up to now. And if you actually break down its economic activity, 30%, like 30% is all the shit linked to their elections, which ultimately, you know, it doesn't decide that much. So 30% is electioneering, 30% is legal fees, you know, because they're such a litigious society. The next 30% is like consumer spending in malls, and then 10% is actual like production of things that people need. Like that's their economy and that's their society, and it's their decadence is very boring. It's very uninspiring in a way.
Yes, you could say that, yeah. Oh, well. Map still looks largely the same. Maine is probably going for Biden, but that was clear from the get-go. I mean, everything will be decided by those Rust Belt states. Hard to call them right now. Minnesota doesn't look like it's going to flip.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. You're right. Well, still hoping for a hillbilly surprise.
I just typed, "This is payback for Gamergate" in the Young Turks stream.
Oh yeah, that's something I will need to catch up on, like once this stream is finished actually. I will first of all need to read my Twitter feed and see what people have been posting in these last 5 hours, because Twitter has probably been very funny, but I haven't been following it for obvious reasons. And then I will need to check out the mood of Alex Jones and the Young Turks tonight, because that's also something I've missed on this election, because I decided to run this autistic stream for the people from our Twitter bubble. But I regret nothing. It was completely worth it. I think I had much more... Well, I mean, the last election was much more fun in and of itself, because there was just much more energy behind it. But in terms of how I organized my consumption of this election, like I consumed last election, I didn't ask questions, I was excited for this election, and this time I consumed it in a much more pleasant way. I like these kind of streams, and I would do it again.
By the way, is it true that Putin at the moment is training to be next Hokage from Russia?
Yeah.
Sure.
He's training to be the next president, you know?
Putin?
Yes, the next emperor.
Yeah, of course.
But that's not enough. Putin needs to be his former Putin, you know.
We need to clone him eventually, so he can just be president forever. Or we can do what the North Koreans have done with Kim Il-sung, and once Putin dies, we can just declare him to be the eternal president of the Russian Federation.
Yes, I believe that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it as well. I also like, generally, as far as Putin is concerned, I like to speak of him in an overly embellishing way, just to feed into the schizophrenia of Westerners.
Yeah.
I feel. Lord.
The biggest kind of, if we're now talking about Putin and no longer about the US elections, but yeah, we're in the last 20 minutes of the stream, so whatever. The most kind of disappointing thing about Putin is, if you really know what he's about, he's like, an average tier, semi-liberal but somewhat competent manager. He's a kind of managerial type. So basically, as far as politicians go, he's okay, but he looks great in comparison with the fucking schizophrenics who rule Western countries. He's not great or something like that, but again, just being, kind of neutral or whatever, just not being bad, not being extremely bad, makes him look very good in the kind of times we live in. but it is even more. The more funny it is that each time when I'm talking to Westerners or when I'm in a Western country, I always speak of Putin the way like North Koreans would speak about Kim Jong-un.
Kim.
And I also speak the same way to Russian liberals, to be honest. Like when I meet them, I present as like this hardcore Putinist. I speak of him as if he was Stalin, basically.
Yes.
Oh, they've called Florida for Trump now, by the way.
You speak of him as Argentinians speak of Perón.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay, breaking news: Florida officially called.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I just saw it as well.
Yes. Richard Spencer
It's happening.
It's funny that they're still not calling
Someone will set this
Texas.
to music,
It's
and it will be glorious.
Yeah, it's funny that they still haven't called Texas, to be honest, because Trump is leading quite heavily there. It's unlikely that Biden has any way to win Texas.
No, I believe he wants.
So Nevada will decidedly go to Trump, as well as Georgia, and most likely North Carolina. There's a very tiny chance that Biden might win North Carolina, but it's very unlikely. Whereas Maine will most likely be called for Biden, as well as Arizona. That's pretty much fixed, and then we will have to see about Wisconsin and Michigan. Minnesota is also a safe call for Biden, I believe. So it all hangs in the air about Minnesota and Michigan. They will decide everything.
Mm-hmm. By the way, did you say that Georgia went to Trump?
It will.
Yeah,
The Caucasian state of Georgia, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe you are wrong. Georgia goes to Stalin.
This is you guys mentioned this a little earlier on, but you didn't go into it. Maybe because you have 20 minutes and you touched on Putin. I think those of us who are broadly speaking aware of what he represents, which is maybe at the beginning of his career, he kind of hoped there could be some kind of rapprochement, some kind of bridge Russia could take where the US wouldn't consider it to be an eternal rival.
Yes.
Yes, he was. I think he got wise reasonably fast. But economically, he just kind of represents neoliberalism, but maybe a kind of slow neoliberalism. Maybe he's not as ideological about it as Thatcher was, or something like that. But
I wouldn't say that.
He and his advisors, they in a way they kind of can't think of an economic plan for Russia which is that much divorced from the IMF view, the global neoliberal view on economics. But
Putin is not an economic neoliberal. He is a state capitalist, basically. I mean, the Russian economy is essentially a state capitalist economy. What Lenin called the commanding heights of the economy are still controlled by the state. In modern Russia, it's called the strategic sectors. State involvement is also, I think, about over 50% state contributions to the GDP and things like that. Russia is also still a social state, which means education and medicine are state provisioned, etc. So it's far from being a neoliberal state in the way the United States are, for example.
But there is a drift in that direction. No, I recall hearing some time ago now, but not that long ago, a few years ago, that there were protests against basically liberalizing pensions and things like that.
Pensions were, I don't know where you could call it liberalization. It's just that the pension entry age or whatever it's called was moved by a few years. So.
Okay, all right.
But that's more of a budgetary reform, to be honest. Russia suffers from the same demographic problem every other industrialized country does, where the age pyramid is turning upside down, etc. So pensions are becoming increasingly more expensive, and since they are provisioned by the state in Russia and not privately, well, essentially you have to do it unless you want to invest a huge amount of your GDP into, paying the bills of old people.
Okay, so my question is this then. What would you like to see him do? Let's maybe not think so much in terms of geopolitical maneuvering and so on, but what that he hasn't been doing should he do as a helmsman for the Russian economy? Because it's true that you don't really hear good things about the Russian economy in general. I mean, it's kind of gotten back on its feet after sanctions, and maybe it's stronger in a way than it was before. It's less reliant on exporting to the West.
The most boring person to ask this about. For example, here in the chat, we have Pig Dog, who is probably the greatest Russian content creator in our part of the internet. He says that you are right, that Putin is a neoliberal. Apparently, I don't know why. Unfortunately, it's too late. Otherwise, I might invite him to argue his take or whatever. But anyway, as far as because that's just simply the economy is simply the one sphere in the Russian state where my opinion is extremely boring, and I almost don't have anything to criticize in terms of the structure of the Russian economy. It is structured in the same way that I would structure an economy. The problem, the most significant problem probably are the cadres, like the kind of oligarchs who are at the helm of all our
that's okay. That's what I was asking. Would you line them up against the wall, take all their resources, and shoot them? That's what I'm asking.
In an ideal scenario, probably yes. You need to.
Okay.
The Russian economy needs higher human capital, especially in commanding positions. But structurally, there is very little I would change, because I'm the typical mixed economy proponent, and basically the Russian economy is structured in exactly the way that I prefer it to be, where strategic sectors are state-controlled, where the state has the ultimate say in questions of economic affairs that have an influence on sovereignty and things like that. And it is a basically Scandinavian type social state, only that Russian social budgets are not as generous as their Scandinavian analogs or whatever. But in principle, the Russian economy works the way that I personally like. Again, it's a question of human capital largely, I believe, or you have to talk to someone who is more of an economic radical. But I'm also, generally speaking, I'm more interested in cultural issues than economic issues. So I'm a bad person to talk about anything economically related. But maybe we have another Russian on the call. Maybe a calm European has a different opinion than me on this.
Well, I mean, I concur that culture is more important than economics. So yeah, I don't have anything substantial to add to your takes.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, Anatoly would have been much better at this, but he's long left. So
well, there are some things that would be more geopolitic than purely economic that could be changed, but which would also favor the Russian economy. I thought of it now that you mentioned Anatoly, because, for example, one of his takes was as a counter-sanction measure. We should stop, for example, respecting Western patents and things like that, which would save the Russian state a lot of money, and which would enable us to produce a lot of stuff just simply ourselves. Generally speaking, we could take much more of a Chinese approach, where we would drop the facade of partnerly relationships with Western countries, and we should be more shameless in engaging in industrial espionage and stealing patents and things like that. And we should basically, basically renounce all these things. That's my only take as far as that's concerned.
Good answer as far as things go.
Yeah. All right, the last question I can think of. I hope that will fill the last 12 minutes because we're certainly running out of fuel. But what do you guys think? I asked it as a joke question in the very beginning. I asked GSP whether Putin or Xi Jinping would win the US election tonight. Do you think that how much influence do you think foreign actors other than Israel in general have over the US election?
Little. I mean, I think compare anything to the amount of you can't compare anything to the amount of influence the Israelis have. I mean, compared to them, no one else has any influence. But of course, I think Chinese money, probably Chinese links in the Democratic Party, maybe swayed some things.
Does the boomer Bannon view hold any water as far as Chinese Communist Party takeover of the United States goes? I have no idea, to be honest. Even if it's true, it's kind of too crazy to consider.
There are some very spuggy Anglos who basically view this whole coronavirus thing. I think you mentioned it earlier. I'm not sure. Let's not get into it too much. But they basically think that coronavirus represents an economic reset that was agreed between American and Chinese elites, and that it's basically going to seriously disadvantage the US and it'll be to China's favor. But I don't really understand why American elites would go for anything like that. So
same.
I don't buy that the United States is using this as an economic reset, which they agreed with the Chinese. If they're using it as an economic reset, they're basically using it to pile on in terms of financialization. And to me, that seems really stupid, because they are either going to be lucky enough to have a figure like FDR, who basically saved financial capitalism by constraining it. They're either going to be lucky enough for that to happen, or there's going to be bankers' bloods running in the street.
I think one of the main problems of contemporary right-wing thought is that it sees phenomena of American civilizational decline and tries to explain them away by interesting conspiracy theories. So we basically see a China that handled the corona, that is an emerging power first of all, and then that handled the coronavirus in the most competent way possible. And then we see an incoherent kind of declining American empire, which was incapable of coordinating any sort of response because it has so many internal contradictions. And instead of just seeing the obvious signs of, again, civilizational decline, right-wingers tend to make up conspiracy theories to explain this away, that there's a big cabal of American and Chinese elites who make plans for that there is a world government and things like that, who makes plans for how trade patterns should be shifting, etc., which is much more crazy than to just look at the obvious.
Yeah, I mean, in a way it's natural. No.
Yeah.
We would always prefer to blame someone else rather than acknowledge our own flaws.
Yeah. There's also maybe there's a question in the chat that should fill our last 8 minutes and that I wouldn't like to be let unanswered. Also, that's actually something that interests me as well. Now, we've talked about Putin, now that we've run out of American election material to cover. Pigdog asks, Zizek, please share your take on why France is failing at the neoliberal project of incorporating its migrants. Is it because it's not Anglo enough?
I think that's a very, very good answer to the question. So I couldn't give it. I don't think the French have... The French, as I said, I think in that tweet storm, they have an imperial consciousness of their own. They went through it all. I mean, they fucking killed all the Albigensians or forcefully converted them. They committed multiple other physical genocides on a smaller scale, cultural genocide all over the place. Nowadays, you have nowadays the French state still gets into these weird little quarrels with like southern Frenchmen who want to resurrect a part of their like old dialect, which is already dead and almost no one uses it. And then the French state is like, no, you must conform to the state's official French standards in teaching French and all this shit. And it's like, you know, you already do this. You've done it for a really long time. Surely you understand, basically, like, surely you understand what's necessary here. You cannot continue to import, you know, you cannot have 10% of your population be Muslims who, despite all their racial and ethnic differences, do regard themselves increasingly as one group. We are French Muslims. Doesn't matter whether we're from Nigeria or Senegal or Lebanon or, you know, what have you. You can't do that and just say, look, now that you're here, it's really time for you to accept our French Revolution secularism rules. That's not how it worked. You had to massacre royalists in the Vendée. You had to kill a shitload of Catholic priests. You had to go through all of these internal civil wars, and you know, you had to go through centuries of this in order to arrive at where you are now, and you expect that the new arrivals are going to be where you want them to be because you click your fingers? No, that's not how it works. That's never how it works. But, you know, I guess it's just based on, this is what liberalism does to the brain. They believe they're in possession of a simple truth, which is that, you know, we all have to be Americans or American Frenchmen or whatever, American Brits, whatever franchise you are of America, and it'll all work out okay. Well, you know, Muslims, whatever else you want to say about them, have the courage of their conviction, and they care about their profit, and you cannot allow your fucking fat, chain-smoking French secular left cartoonists to draw the profit in a compromised state and expect them not to get angry about that. Or, I mean, you can try and do that, but you'll just have violence. So, in a way, it's just kind of like, that's my attitude towards France. Get real and accept the violence and just accept that it's going to keep happening, or form another strategy. And the strategy doesn't involve, you must accept French Enlightenment values, and there's no, you know, blah, 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 there's no compromise.
France's civilizational model is kind of the most pathetic one in Europe right now, to be honest.
I agree, which is sad for me, because
I'm a Francophile.
I think the French have a great history.
Yeah, totally agree. It's sad what has become of La Grande Nation. But, yeah.
How can you not like Enlightenment humor?
Huh?
How can you not like Enlightenment humor?
Well, I also have to say I'm very surprised that we managed to talk for 5 hours now about American politics, about the American empire, about neoliberalism, etc., etc. And all of the, I think, 5 or 6 people who have been on this call, I haven't counted right now, none of us has mentioned Jews a single time. It's quite surprising.
It's
we
a very
have
different
mentioned
era.
Israel, but as we all know, Israel is a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious state.
Israel is a colony, is a colony of the British Crown. At least that's a popular Russian conspiracy theory, I think.
Yeah. Also, open borders for Israel.
Yes. Bashar al-Assad did nothing wrong. I hope all participants of this chat should be blessed with the Assad blessing. We know, like, the Assad curse works in the reverse direction as well. If you speak well of Bashar Assad, if you wish him luck, then he will bless you with happiness and wealth and
hey, I'm
many
100%
children.
sure if Trump ends up getting this thing, which, you know, maybe looks like he will, he must have said something in private to Bashar. He must have been like,
Yeah.
"Look,
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, the Empire. I'm really sorry we had to do this. I actually like you as a person. I bet you would like my steaks or whatever." And and he blessed him. He blessed him. That's what happened here.
He said, "You can't Mossad the Assad."
You can't
It's
Mossad
beautiful.
Assad, yes. So,
Atlanta has stopped counting,
oh,
or Georgia has stopped counting.
Yeah. They did it a long time ago.
yeah,
okay.
Because
no, Georgia is very safe.
allegedly they
for-
had a burst pipe that prevented them from counting many of the ballots in the Atlanta.
But before we go,
Yes, we can finish the stream on this note, but I wanted again to return to what I just spoke about. I want to thank Bashar al-Assad for sponsoring the stream and for for being a great guy in general. And bless you all who have watched us today with the Assad blessing, basically. Yeah. I think we will learn tomorrow that Bashar al-Assad has won the US election, I guess. If not Jeb Bush, then Bashar al-Assad for sure. So anyway, now my more serious final and closing words. Thank you, gentlemen, everyone who has been on the stream today, GSP in particular, who has stood strong this entire what's it now, 5 hours. Was a pretty tough stream, particularly for me because it's 9 a.m. right now in St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg, Leningrad Oblast, not St. Petersburg, Florida again. It was very fun. I would, in 4 years, I would like to do this again, basically. I enjoyed this a lot because, like, I could have watched like the Kill stream today or the Alex Jones stream and watched like either Alex Jones or people like Richard Spencer giving their takes on the American elections and things like that. But to be honest, to talk to people from our very autistic Twitter bubble, mostly, kind of Eastern European influenced Twitter bubble, it's much more cozy, to be honest. This election was much more fun to me than the last one, even though, the energy is kind of lower than in 2016. So yeah, it was a great stream. We've heard many hot takes from very different angles. We've covered a huge swath of different topics, some expected, some unexpected. So generally speaking, I want to thank all of you guys who have been with me today for all of your takes and your patience. And I would also to thank the chat who have been listening to us. And since I'm not a regular streamer, I can't say we will see each other again very soon, but since we are all from the same, Twitter bubble, I will see all of you guys on Twitter, and I am not going to sleep right now. I probably will read Twitter for a couple more hours and see what I've missed on my feed. So that were my final words, and if any of you guys wishes to say something as well, the stage is yours.
No, thank you for having us on. It's been a blast. Long live Bashar al-Assad.
Surya ala Bashar.
All right, I'm out.
See you
guys.
See you.
Take care. Thank you for having me on. Long live Assad.
Long live Assad. Oh, GSP, before you go, last thing. Do you want to... Well, I'm going to get to grab the video file of the stream. Do you want to upload it on your YouTube channel? I can upload it on mine, but yours is bigger. I don't know. Do you want free content?
Sure, but I'll give you my email address if you want to do that.
All right. So I just want to say to the listeners, we'll find a way to get the stream, on YouTube or some other place where you can listen to it. All right.
All right. See ya.
See you.
Good night. Take care.
Right.
Paka paka.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I guess that's all for last words. And I'm Yeah, I'm the. Or Com European, do you want to say something before you leave?
Yeah. So I just played the meme song from 2016.
All right.
Yeah. The anthem of the shitlords and Kekistan.
Oh, Shedile, Shedile. Are we going to hear Shedile?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, perfect. Let that be our outro song, alright.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, everything that has been said about a certain orange man has already been said, but okay, I have a personal confession to make, big time. I was something of a normie before 2016. I thought, well, at least at the beginning, that Obama was really a swell guy and that George Bush was a complete nincompoop. And, well, I think so did everyone else, but then something happened. So when I moved to the UK, I just was hit by this wave of culture wars. I was thrust right in the epicenter. Well, actually, not in the epicenter, like more on the edges of the epicenter, because obviously, what I encountered in the UK is like 1/10 of what they have in the US. Then I started thinking something, and then I realized somewhere in June 2016, it just rolled off my tongue. I believe in Donald Trump, and I agree with everything that he says. And all of my ultra-liberal friends thought I was just, he's doing like a thing. He's just being edgy. But then they realized, holy smokes! And I was like really feeling that something transformative was going on. And basically the double whammy of Brexit and Trump just saved me from the ultimate black pill and some really dark thoughts I was going through. And now in these dark times, we can only hope that, like we get the same ray of hope, that breath of fresh copium that we all need in our lives.
The same orange beacon that will guide us through the night.
Indeed, indeed. So let's hope for that. Thank you for hosting the stream. Thank you for having me. I'll see you in the morning, so to speak, figuratively. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So yes. I peace out.
Peace out. See you on Twitter and Bashar. Ala Surya Bashar.
Yeah. Hail Bashar. You're right.
Good night.